So that's why I say it's going to be very interesting. It is my first time commentating in a 4-day game, so I'm loving the opportunity, and it's just great to see cricket at Kingsmead again, especially when there's no rain.
Well, we've had quite a bit of rain in the lead up to this game, Vorney, but I think we've just been blessed with the weather here, and I think for the rest of the week as well. Like we said, picture perfect day. Ramashan Pillay facing his first ball here, a new role, opening the batting for Ramashan here. Vorney, what do you know about the youngster?
He's out of school for 2 years, I think. Yeah, quite a good youngster. Seen him play at school. Very compact. Still at the crease, and he likes to have bat on ball. So it will be nice to see him in this new role. Hopefully get a few runs under his belt.
So Vorney, you would have played quite a bit of cricket for both these teams, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins as well as the DP World Lions. What do you make of just the two teams currently? What are the differences from a sort of culture perspective, and playing at the Lions and playing at the Dolphins, and who you're rooting for in this game?
Okay, so probably rooting for the home side, purely based on the memories I've had at Kingsmead. At the moment, they far outweigh the memories I've had at the Wanderers, but Wanderers is still home. It's a tug between both heartstrings at the moment. So I'm just going to be that guy that sits on the fence and just enjoy the cricket that's on show. Oh, that is stone dead. He's missed a straight one, maybe jagged back a little bit. Seemed to me that his head was falling over a touch, trying to look too square, especially early on in a 4-day game. Almost want the batters to try and hit mid-on and mid-off consistently.
Swanepoel just coming a little bit straighter that time as well, Vorney, and then just a little bit of a nip back. I think you're 100% spot on there. We'll wait for the replay, but that sees the back of Ramashan Pillay. Great start for the Lions.
Seems to be some technical difficulties with the replays at the moment. As we see, Slateford starting walking to the crease. Ex-Hilton boy, so a few years out of school, a lot of talent. And Buxy, just going back to the cultures and what is expected over these 4 days. Both teams have got good cultures. They've got, I mean, obviously when I was still playing for the Dolphins, we built a culture where the guys fought till the end, till day 4, and it seems to have stuck with a lot of the players that are still there. And with the Lions, it's the same. I mean, they've got ample coaching staff that have played at the highest level. Being an ex-Joburg boy as well, you're full of brash, full of confidence, and sometimes perceived as arrogance, but they're also here to fight. When I played in Joburg, it was also a tough time where you had to learn how to sort of win games from nothing. And I think that's shown, I mean, with the trophies both teams have won over the last couple of years. So it's going to be a good showcase of who's mentally there at the moment and who's willing to fight until the very end.
Lots to fight for indeed, Vornie. Both these teams coming off impressive wins last season. Proteas obviously having done so well, Vornie, obviously bringing the mace back. What does that do for the longer format cricket in the country?
You couldn't have asked for anything better. But see, you've got your national side that are number one in the world. They've won the final. They've brought the mace back. They've obviously done their tour of the country. It just shows that there's opportunity for everyone that is playing four-day cricket at the moment. And I mean, I wish this happened when I was still in my heyday. It just makes you more hungry. It makes you more attentive to what you're trying to do and what you're trying to achieve. And a few good innings here and there, and next minute you're knocking on the door as a Prenelle O'Brien, as a Sunuran Sami, and those guys that have come into the fold nationally.
Yes.
It is there. It's around the corner.
See Yusuf back into Dithole. Just around that off stump, Vornie, Yusuf asking questions. He's been one that's had a couple of fantastic seasons for the Lions, and he's earned a national call-up as well. How much do you know about Cody Yusuf?
To be honest with you, not that much. I've watched him on TV. Bustles in quite nicely. Got a good action. Looks to me like he's very measly. He's one of those strict, tight bowlers. Doesn't give you much. Good pace behind the ball. And like I say, he's obviously done well enough in a season or two to get a selection higher up, which is fantastic. He has done well for the Proteas as well when he has played.
I think you're spot on there, Vornie. Just around that skill set, he's shown some real good ability, and he's been a mainstay for the Lions in the last couple of years. He's put in some really good performances. Seems to be a guy that yes, as you said, some good pace, but he'll always be around that off stump, asking difficult questions for the batters. Vornie, you're a batter yourself and batted top order, very similar. Sort of in terms of setup to Dithole. How would you approach this as a left-hander and a batter? Early on, as you said, that 9 o'clock start with the new ball.
So obviously, you want to try and leave as much as possible. You want to, as we see that going down the leg side, finally tickle down to fine leg for 4. And that's what I was going to say. You want the bowler to bowl at you. If he's obviously going to go wider, you're just getting the replay is back, as we see, sorry. Cody Yusuf just sliding down that leg side. Dithole in a great position, getting a fine touch on it for 4. Yeah, opening the batting, you want the bowler to bowl at you. You want as much bat on ball as possible. Get yourself in, feel of the wickets. But then also saying that if he's bowling wide out sort of stump, you're still getting yourself in anyway, because you're watching the ball all the way through to the keeper. As we saw that back foot defence, it's a go-to here at Kingsmead, especially outside that off stump. We don't have the bounces what we used to way back in the day. Do you feel that Dithole might start feeling like he can get singles through the cover region there off the back foot, especially trying to rotate the strike with the right-hander on the other side?
And that's the end of the over. The Dolphins first runs on the board in that over with that little tickle down to fine leg. Dithole off the mark, but 4 for 1. Vornie, that conversation in the middle between Dithole and Van Staden, you've had your fair share. What would they be saying to each other right now?
The only thing they should be saying to each other is watch the ball. I always used to say to my opening partner, whether it have been Sorrel or anyone else, is watch the ball, play nice and straight, try and get into a good position, and then maybe just try and find out what the bowler is trying to do on the other side, because you haven't faced him yet, and then you can obviously relay to Dithole what Swanepoel is trying to do to you as a right-hander. You're mainly looking at if it's swinging or if it's seaming. Not much else you can really say. But it's also just about biding time, getting used to the wicket, making sure you're watching the ball all the way onto your bat.
A little bit of nip there, Vornie, just away from the right-hander there.
Yeah, Slade's got to be careful there. He is a little bit shorter. They're both quite short. He's a little bit taller than Dithole, so he's got to try and get on top of that bounce a little bit more. Obviously, they've got 4 slips instead of 3 slips on a gully. Squared him up nicely again. Great area to bowl. Do you feel that the slips are a touch too deep if I'm looking at the field itself at the moment?
Definitely something in the wicket, Vornie. We saw Martian Pillay getting squared up there in that last over, and Slade van started on a couple of occasions here now. How long does that last for traditionally at Kingsmead in your experience, Vornie? What sort of period would they have to be taking that advice of yours and sort of just watching the ball hitting nice and straight until it becomes a little bit easier?
So roughly, I would say traditionally probably half an hour after the first drinks break, so about an hour and a half into the day, it starts becoming quite nice. But in saying that, with the nice sunshine here and the nice weather, if there was a bit more wind, it probably would have dried out any moisture that was left on the wickets. But yeah, I would say a max of an hour 10, and they should be fine. That's also saying, God willing, that they're still here, getting themselves in, trying to build that foundation as much as they can for the rest of the guys to have fun later on throughout the whole day.
Both Cody Yusuf and Swanepoel Warners have been at the batters, they've been at the stumps, really asking questions of the batter's defence. Like you said, just bowling that ball just a little bit too wide outside off stump, allowing the batters to leave, helps them to get in anyway. What's your feel on this approach by the Lions?
I really like it. Actually, I just think they could ask more questions towards the batters' technique, making them play a little bit more, maybe fish outside off stump. If they get driven through the covers, then so be it. Or if they get back for driven through the covers, you just want them to play at every single ball and not maybe 2 out of 6.
Sure. Cody Yusuf just bending his back there. First no ball of the game. Only a little bit of a field change as well. It looks like one of the catches has come out, and there's a catching mid-wicket to Dithole. Just your thoughts around that?
Did see it last over where Cody Yusuf got nice and straight, and Dithole did defend two balls, 2 mid-wicket, but aerial, so they've obviously seen something. But also the bowler needs to go with the plan and try and bowl a little bit straighter, bring that fielder into play. I'd even get him a little bit closer, almost it was like a stationary catching position. They're obviously looking for Dithole to fall over and literally clip it into his hands.
And then one possibly to hold the line as well, and you still have your 3 slips in play. There we go, Vornie. That's what you've just spoken about, isn't it?
Maybe a touch fuller if we're being really harsh on him.
Yeah.
But that is the line that he's looking, that obviously they want him to bowl. Wicket to wicket. He's obviously shaping it back into the left-hander. So it is there and thereabouts. See a big test for Dithole early on here, making sure he stays in that strong position, still trying to hit it as straight as possible or underneath his eyes at least.
See the first bouncer of the over there, Voni. How would you follow that up? What if you were Dithole now? What would you be expecting as the follow-up delivery, considering the field set?
I'd probably go back to the mindset of he's going to attack my stumps. He's going to try and bowl it as straight as possible. Cody obviously bowling his bouncer halfway through the over, so he's still got one more left. Touch too straight, obviously. Just a little bit of nip away, well, I wouldn't say away, into Dithole, going down the leg side. Just trying to get those gloves away from the ball.
Dithole doing a little bit of gardening there, but it does seem to be just a little bit of an area in the wicket, Voni, that it's a little bit spongy and there's a little bit of pop in that. Cody Yusuf looks like he's definitely trying to exploit that.
Much better length. I do agree with you, but that length, obviously, as we've seen in the last 2 overs, I feel that's just a touch too short.
Sure.
He hasn't played a pull shot or a hook shot, so yes, maybe throw in one or two and over at that length. The rest, I'd like to see more of that, attacking that off stump. You've got 3 catches behind him, Point, who's quite close. You've got a catching mid wicket, and obviously your square leg that acts as another catcher. Just at the moment feel that the lines are they're erring between the 2 lengths, I think, far too much. You want them, if I was the captain or even the keeper, I would be going to the bowlers just saying get a little bit fuller. Even if they drive you through the covers or straight down the ground, you're always in the game. So you also don't mind going for 30 or 40 runs early on, hoping to try and take those 2 or 3 quick wickets and put the Dolphins on the back foot.
Agreed, Voni. Get it a little bit fuller. Let that ball wobble around a little bit in the air as well
100%.
and bring your slips into play. As we see Swanepoel into Van Staden, just flicks that off his legs to get off the mark.
So that's the length we're talking about. It almost becomes a free shot. So if he's in a good position, he's got where he's just headed now, and he's got to the right of mid wicket where it's an easy single, maybe even 2, if he times it perfectly. You want Swanepoel. He is bowling a lot fuller than Cody at the moment, but you still want him to attack those stumps, especially Dithole facing his first ball from him now as well. As we see the conventional 3 slips on the gully. He's obviously going around the wicket. Some left-handers do hate that, as you get cramp for room. Much better.
That's that length you're speaking about as well, Voni. And I think for the first time here we're seeing Swanepoel's, that's his first ball at Dithole, but he's also come around the wicket immediately, and then he's bowling quite wide of the wicket as well. So like you spoke about, Voni, just cramping him for room potentially, but then also with that little bit of nip, just with the new ball and potentially just down that slope for now, it brings the 4 catches into play.
100%. I'd even go as far to say that is the length where you want the batter to, he thinks he's in the game, to play an off drive or a cover drive, because then you're definitely bringing your 4 catches into play. You're bringing the bold into play, the LBW, obviously all up to the batter to get into the right position and choose the right ball to play.
as you said, Vaughan, is it will definitely be a patience games for the batters, but your eyes must light up a little bit when you see only 3 fielders in front of square. 2 on the leg side and 1 on the off side, and Dithole being really strong on the drive, and Swanepoel offering that little bit of a fuller length. You could sometimes fall into that trap.
I fell into that trap quite a few times. Brilliant cricket shot. As we see, Dithole just leaning on it, punching it down the ground. Oh, feel there's a slip. Come back for 3. I fell into that trap a few times, but in some aspects, you'd rather go full out at it. If you nick it and it goes over the slips, you're still around. If you obviously do catch it in the middle of your bat, you've literally got one guy to beat anyway. So the invitation's always there. Like you say, the batter's just got to obviously just choose the right ball to hit.
See Swanepoel back over the wicket to Van Staden. Oh, that nip back again. Oh, that's hit him, Bonnie. It's caused him a bit of pain.
Quite an uncomfortable area to get hit in.
And that's the end of the over, 9 for 1. Dolphins batters biding their time, Bonnie. They would know that they've got to invest, like you spoke about, that hour and a half period. First up would be quite a difficult one, but after that, batting becomes a little bit easier. So I think the batters would know that, and they'd probably be aiming for that. I think the Lions bowlers, Bonnie, they've got one early, the youngster in Ramesh Pillay. What would they be happy with, Bonnie, leading into that first strings break from a wickets perspective? What do you think they're aiming at?
I do think probably in another 2 to be happy with. I think even if they take 1, but the Dolphins batters don't get a good start, they'll be happy with that as well. I do think they don't want to get to lunch at sort of 11:30 and go 90 for 2 or 90 for 1. And obviously the Dolphins have won the session then, but I think they're looking to try and keep them at bay as much as possible, and then hopefully try and sneak in, like I say, another wicket or 2 before. I'll probably say another wicket before drinks, and maybe another wicket or 2 before lunchtime as well.
Dithole flashes, and that one's gone over the slips, Bonnie, like you spoke about, going full out at the shot. That one's gone over the slips, and that brings up his second boundary.
Absolute freebie. Short, wide. Dithole's taken full toll at that. There is no one behind the wicket on the offside anyway, so is a free hit. Just feel Cody needs to bring that length back to that 7-8 feet, asking the right questions. Because you don't want the Dolphins to leak too many runs at the moment. Better line, I just think that length is still a touch too short. Well dealt with by Dithole. It's quite easy once that bounce starts coming to be nice and true. It becomes quite easy to play off the back foot here.
You mentioned the methods of dismissal with that fuller length as well in the last over, Vorney. So that fuller length, bringing in the LBW, bringing in the bold as well. I think with that back of the length, that's gone a little bit fuller, and Dithole has leaned on that and hit that through the vacant cover area for 4. That's the length you wanted, Vorney, but Dithole just up to the challenge there.
Is the length? I just found that a touch too wide outside of stump. As you see the replay, that is 7th, 8th stump. Dithole in a great position. Nothing better as an opening batter to feel that leather on your bat and just see it sail away on the lush green outfield for 4. There we go. So you see that length much better, line much better. literally going over the top of off stump.
I think if you look at the way Dithole has played that, Vaughan, he's left the ball, but he's had to come forward and leave it, and I think that's what you've been asking for, right? If you look at the balls Dithole has faced so far in this innings, a lot of them he's been able to leave them off the back foot, defend them off the back foot. The last couple of balls have drawn him forward, and I think this is exactly what you're asking for as Yusuf goes around the wicket this time, into the body. Or just a dot ball there.
See Dithole showing van Staden that it's swinging in. Much better a line of attack, I think, especially for Cody. Making him play. Dithole hasn't looked quite comfortable coming forward. Defense looks a bit iffy at the moment. He's just got to trust the bounce, trust the bowler, and obviously just trust his own technique.
That one in between length, Dithole just a little bit caught on the crease there, Vonnie, and that ball just holding its line, but no damage done. End of the over, 17 for 1. I'll make my way in commentary. I'm making my way out, and we're bringing in the legend, Andy Capistano. Vonnie, enjoy.
Thank you.
You ready? I'll see you just now. Oh, right. Morning, Maestro.
Morning, Andy.
My favourite left-handed slogger is alongside me. Nothing can go wrong.
Definitely.
Whoops, leading edge. And they've managed to scamper a single. So that's almost the first ball that I've seen misbehave.
We've had a few, not as many as the Lions bowlers would have hoped, but with a wicket of Pillay, it jagged back a little bit off the seam. And I think Cody's had about 2 or 3 from the Mgani end that have just nipped off the seam a little bit. That's the first one in the right area to the right-hander that's misbehaved, which is quite interesting to see. I just want to pull the sides not to go around the wicket this time.
Just opened him up a little bit there as well, didn't he? I must say, 2 boundaries for Tshepang in the previous over. The cover drive was a beautiful cricket shot, and he is in, at the age of 31, it looks to me as if he's in the form of his life.
I totally agree with you. The cover drive was unbelievable. Great position. See the ball just trickle all the way down to the boundary.
And there we go. That's going to be 4 more. It's the short boundary, and if it gets past the infield, it's gone.
It's true. The Kingsmead Stadium looking quite picturesque, as you would say.
I like the way he stayed sideways there, Vaughan.
The nice thing about that, and he's on top of the bounce as well.
Yep.
So, as a left-hander, anything going away from you, if you're staying on top of the bounce, you can play it anywhere in front of square.
That's
Well
a good
done.
lead. Nice carry through there for Swanepoel. So, talking about Dithole, I'm sure you mentioned it, but in the win down in Paarl, he got 100 in the first innings, 60 in the second innings, and really set up the run chase that ended up being very comfortable for the Dolphins in that game.
And like you say, it looks like he's in the form of his life.
Born in Krugersdorp, incidentally. Not a million miles from where you first saw the light of day.
Oh, it's just around the corner.
Yeah. Played a little bit of cricket for KZN Inland at the beginning of his career. And of course the Tuskers are in the first division this year. I was in Maritzburg on Sunday for the denouement of that game against the Warriors. Unfortunately, Bad Light had the last laugh there because it was looking like a really good finish.
Much better length from Swanepoel. Well negotiated.
You know, when you start a 4-day game in conditions like this, and the ball's not really going past the bat very often, as a captain, you want to be looking at your quick bowlers and seeing that there's some desire, that you don't want them marching back to their mark thinking, oh, I've got to do this for another 4 days.
You sort of want to see hands on hips and...
Got a bowling change. Luto Tshepang is coming into the attack. Slightly surprising he didn't take the new ball, or first change where he should be.
I'm very surprised. He normally swings the ball nicely away
Yeah.
from the right-hander. Maybe there's a plan. He bowls nice and full. He's got a good action. I'm very surprised that he's only coming on now. And saying that the ball's probably still relatively new. It's only 8 overs old.
You won't really see it on camera, but there is a slight green tinge to this pitch at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead. But really, both captains said at the toss, you know, win, toss and bat. It's one of those days. Too short, and Sleif van Staden has got all of that. 6 runs into the old pavilion. What a mighty blow. Welcome to the crease.
Welcome to your bowling spell, Luto.
Maybe that's why he didn't get the new ball.
Short enough. It's almost swiveled on it.
He's always liked scoring square of the wicket. From schoolboy time, he was a noted cutter and puller.
As we see Alan Donald retrieving the ball.
Nice to see him working.
There we go.
One of those things that I will never ever forget is watching AD bowl the first ball of the '91 World Cup, having the Australian opening batter caught behind by Swinger Richardson, and the umpire looking at his shoes. The whole South African side raced to congratulate AD, and then came that little noise, not out.
I do remember that.
And the excuse that the umpire gave at the end of the contest was he was a bit quicker than I was expecting.
No, no man.
So lovely to see AD giving it back, and has been doing for 20 years now. One of the great men of South African cricket.
Much better length. My only, well, not my only, my most memorable memory of Alan Donald. South Africa, England, Wanderers, 98.
Michael Atherton.
Yes, first ball. Well, sorry, last ball of his first over. In swinger that hit the top of off stump. It just set the tone for the rest of the series.
AD didn't swing it very often. He was too quick. So when he did swing it, he was unplayable.
He always says it's his naughty wrist.
Yeah, that's right. That's a good shot for none. Picks out mid-off. Yeah, Bob Woolmer spent his whole coaching career trying to get the wrist behind the ball for AD. But it didn't matter. I mean, he took plenty of wickets with the wrist so called in the wrong position. And my word, he was quick.
Yeah.
Of course, the other Wanderers game against Michael Atherton was when he batted through the last
185.
day and a half.
185
with
not
Jack
out.
Russell on the last day. I was there.
I was also there. I think I skipped school for that. I skipped school twice. No, 3 times. That 98, I was in Standard 5, grade 7, it is what it is now. Went and watched the first 2 days. The second time I skipped school was when Steve Waugh and Greg Blewett
got 200,
yes,
didn't
they had that massive partnership.
Are you trying to tell me that if I call your teacher tomorrow, they'll say, no, he only ever skipped school twice? Full toss. Possibility of 2, you know. It's a long way down to that boundary, even though they nearly collided in mid-pitch. It's an easy 2.
Yeah, luckily my primary school teachers aren't, I think they've retired now, thankfully. Cause a lot of grey hair.
So we've been out there for 40 minutes now. Dolphins winning the toss, choosing to bat, losing an early wicket, but now starting to prosper with Slade van Staden joining Tshepang Dithole. 30 for 1. And as you mentioned, the Lions would be hoping to pick up 2 or 3 with the new ball, because every sign that it's going to be a tough day for the bowlers today. There's Swanepoel to continue. Young man, 27 years old now, went to Gasfontein. That's nice carry.
Very nice carry. Good line. Trying to get the 4 men behind the wicket some action. Hopefully trying to cause a false shot.
And with that carry through, noticeable that there's nobody catching in front of square, which is something that you tend to see early these days in a lot of cricket.
I do feel if he's going to go across the left-hander, he's got to have maybe a catch and cover, or maybe try and take the cover around and have someone a little bit straighter.
Mm-hmm.
As we saw that drive go down to the long off boundary. Just something in the batter's eye line where he tends to think to himself, maybe I shouldn't be playing that.
Thick inside edge. Again, chance of 2 here. Yeah, they're coming back. That onside boundary for the left-hander is an enormous one. And we've got a man at square leg and a man at long leg, and that ball was perfectly between the 2 of them.
I think the man at square leg thought it went straight to the fine leg fielder.
Yeah. That is Richard Seletswani. He's probably more mid-wicket than square leg. And he's close enough to think about catching.
Well bowled. Full straight.
So we're almost on the edge of the square towards the new scoreboard. And so you do have a very lopsided field. Very short boundary on the offside, very long on the onside for the left-hander. Number of players not available for either side for this game because the Proteas are going up to Namibia. And
yes,
they will be opening the new national stadium there. The Namibian national stadium will be hosting a T20 game on Saturday. And lovely that the Proteas have agreed to go up there. They will be hosting games for the Under-19 World Cup next year. And also, we understand, well fielded, they will be part of the mix for the 2027 50 over World Cup.
Yes, it's ourselves, Zimbabwe and Namibia.
Yeah. So lovely to see a new facility going up, and I think it's testament to how well Namibia have played as a cricket side over the last decade. They've got some really good players.
Yeah, they have. They've improved their infrastructure. Obviously, getting the right coaches in at the right time. One of our ex-players. The man that played for the Titans.
The Northerns all-rounder, yes.
Peter Brand.
That's it.
Peter Brand. Just been told by the statistician.
Oh, good shot.
Great shot.
That is a proper cricket shot. Anytime you see an on drive with a vertical bat, love to see that.
The hardest shot in the book, Andy,
Yep.
as they say.
Just looking at Tshepang Dithole, he's quite a short fellow, and that sort of on drive reminds me of Aravinda de Silva and Sachin Tendulkar, two small guys whose footwork was so immaculate that they could hit you through mid-on with a straight bat.
So we see Tshepang, I think, the opposite of the other two opening bowlers, trying to get the ball up there as much as possible, trying to get it to swing.
Yeah, and so far I haven't seen one. And you would expect, on a hot, sticky day in Durban, you'd expect the ball to swing. Maybe it's a little bit early in the morning. I mean, in the 90s and prior to that, you would never see a game start at 9 o'clock unless they'd had bad light and they had to try and make up the overs. Nearly always a game would start at 10 o'clock. And it's a big difference to conditions with that hour.
100%.
Nine o'clock start was always a problem for the likes of Pat Simcox, because he was only just coming home then. Hello, Pat. Yeah, so it is. It's looking a bit flat out there, and I suppose the Dolphins will be thinking now. Good toss to win. Let's make it count. No silly shots in the first session. Try and really increase the run rate after lunch.
You see a change in the field. One of the slips have gone out into the covers. I think the more they build on that foundation without any wickets lost, it's just going to sort of make life a lot tougher for the Lions, especially after lunch and then after tea.
Well fielded. Saved 4 runs there. Had to really make the ground. It was Cody Yusuf sprawling away. So that's 11 overs done. Dolphins 36 for 1. Winning the toss, choosing to bat first in this 4-day game. Second of the season for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. They opened with a win in Pyle at the weekend. Very efficient performance down there.
Always good to win down there. It's quite tough. People always know how to play at their home ground. To see the Dolphins batters getting stuck in and scoring some runs.
And of course the Lions were down in the Cape as well, where they beat Western Province at Newlands. Province now in a little bit of trouble, having lost relatively heavily their first 2 games of the season. So we've got to change. I was talking about we haven't seen anybody catching in front of square. We have now. We've got a silly mid-on. Oh, that's the old strangle down the leg side.
See Tom Hendricks at first slip just guiding the fielder to the right direction. Getting him into the eye line of Dithole.
12 old. This one pulls into his 6th over now. Got 1 for 11. bowled really well. I think that boundary through point in his previous over was not a bad ball.
No.
Really good shot. And I struggle to remember a bad ball really from Swanepoel.
I mean, even the one that he drove up the ground for 2, you're asking the right questions, right line.
Late adjustment from Dithole there. He's managed to ride the bounce. So the other news, of course, is that you might be hearing some noise on our comms during the course of this 4-day game, because they are officially putting in the bases for the new floodlights over the next few days. They're going to start at the far end from us at the Friendship Pavilion, either side of there. And those lights will be in commission by the end of November. That's a beautiful shot for none. Love the way he stood up tall there. Left hand in control.
Nice straight bat. No follow through, unfortunately.
Something you were never guilty of.
Never.
That'll be 2. Long chase for Cody Yusuf from long leg. Yeah, you mentioned about Dom Hendricks moving Manor silly mid on. He's definitely now silly mid wicket rather than mid on. Just a little bit of a cooling breeze blowing across the ground, which will help the player comfort. That's a good shot. One more, he'll steal the strike. So that's 12 overs done, 39 for 1.
It's a very good spell from Swanepoel.
Yeah, do you think that might be him for a little while?
I think so. He's putting his jersey on in this heat, so I think...
Yeah. Doesn't want to stiffen up. He's obviously been told by the skipper. Have a blow.
We're having a conversation now, so let's see. Maybe... Well, half 5. Maybe there's one more left in the tank.
Oh, maybe. But we do have a bowling change this end. Delano Pochita coming into the attack. "28-year-old went to Marais Filion in Alberton. Played for MI Cape Town recently. So left arm over.
Right arm round.
Sorry, right arm round. Looked up at the wrong moment there.
Good start from him, outside off stump. Nice and full.
It's something that bowlers resort to a lot earlier than they used to in my day, Vaughan. Because new bowler coming on, you'd always go over to the left-hander. These days, I suppose they've got all those analysts who work out specific batters and say, well, he gets out 67% of the time around the wicket, so you're going to start around the wicket.
Very true.
That's a good leave, but it's a no ball. Okay. There's the other thing, you see. You come on as a right arm medium pacer and immediately go around the wicket. it's a very different game going around the wicket than it is going over, and a lot of times you'll see just the occasional error like that overstep. But these days, professional cricketer, you've got to be able to just turn it on, bowl your 1 over spell and all of that nonsense.
Yep.
That's a good shot.
A great shot.
That should go all the way for 4, even though it's a long boundary. Yeah, that's
Well
another
timed.
top shot.
Also, just going back to that, Andy, Delano is a left-hander himself, so obviously knowing what might be difficult to face, cramping up for room and all of those things. So maybe he's decided, you know what, I'm just going to start around the wicket and let's see how it goes. Or the other opposite is they've spoken about it last night and it's a clear plan that they've all decided to do.
It's straight away with this bowling change, the field has a very different complexion to it. We've got a slip and a gully, we've got a short mid-wicket, and we've got a short extra cover who is not really in a catching position but moves in with the bowler and gets very close.
Do you feel that the man at square leg is wasted? Especially in the start of a 4-day game?
Good line. Yeah, I agree with that. Especially if you got that man in front catching.
I'd have the square leg on the offside, just where, sort of in line with the guy on the leg side. So short extra cover. I was forcing Dithole to try and force it through that gap.
That's a beautiful stroke.
Where my,
Half volley, and he's taken full toll.
where my fielder would have been.
Yeah. Wouldn't have been a catch. He hit that just textbook. No follow through, eh?
Check drive. Played the ball underneath his eyes. Fantastic.
Yeah, again, I've seen a reasonable amount of Dithole over the years. I've never seen him in this kind of form.
It's also good to see him opening the batting and scoring runs. I know in the beginning he was the middle order, lower order. Obviously didn't know his game too well. Seemed to have worked on it quite nicely. Been given the responsibility of opening the batting as well the last couple of years. He's taken it both hands.
Yeah, and he's obviously, what we've seen this morning, he's got himself a good technique. Stays nice and sideways. Got good hands. So our man has got one more.
Oh no.
Oh no, I'm wrong. No, Cody Yusuf has changed ends. Okay, so having bowled 4 overs from the pavilion end, Cody Yusuf turning around, coming in from the Old Fort end.
Oh,
Inside edge, it might go all the way for 4. No, good running from long leg to keep it down to a single.
in the olden days, the fielders would have left that for 4. Long leg wouldn't be chasing that all the way around where deep square would have been.
Effort ball there from Cody Yusuf. played his first 2 test matches this year and certainly didn't disgrace himself.
No. Looks like a solid performer. Gives it his all. See, he's done away with the square leg into the offside.
Yeah, so he got a good old-fashioned 6-3, and that is to one of the men saving one. Good sprawling stop there.
Not the nicest place to dive on. That's a 50 up, Andy.
It is 50 up in the 14th over. Good start. And of course, not only is it 50 up, but it's the 50 stand as well.
A very good start by the Dolphins batters.
After losing that very early wicket, Ramashan Pillay. He's really running in with purpose, is Cody Yusuf, trying to thrash a little bit of life out of this Hollywoodbets Kingsmead pitch, perhaps realising that the ball is not getting newer and that if you're going to get anything from it, you've got to get it early.
Got drinks around the corner as well. 5 or 10 minutes left. Maybe trying to get a breakthrough. Try and get a new batter in while still feeling fresh.
Oops, thick inside edge. Should be a couple of runs here. Just looks as if that might have nipped back at him off the seam. It's the end of the over. So Dolphins 52 for 1. Dithole 34. And heading for, I don't want to put the mockers on him, and another half century after a century and a 60 in the game in Pau. Vaughan van Jaarsveld is leaving me, and no doubt he'll be raiding the sandwich counter, and Zane Bucks will come in and join me. How's it going, Zane?
All good, Andy.
Enjoying the cricket?
Really enjoying it. The Dolphins have got off to a good start, haven't they?
It's one of those tosses that the moment the coin hits the ground, you see the shoulders start to slump of the losing toss man. Dom Hendricks it was this morning, and a big smile on the face of the Dolphins captain, Kesh Maharaj. It's too short, and that's a good shot from Slade van Staden.
Another fantastic shot by Slade. Andy, the Dolphins have really capitalized on anything loose, haven't they?
And I'm talking to Vaughan about the fact that what's really impressed me about Tshepang Dithole is he hasn't necessarily had to hit bad balls. He's managed to find good balls to hit for 4. Looks to be in fantastic form. This is Delano Potgieter with his second over. Bowling at Slade van Staden, who was at Hilton College. But I was intrigued to see his mother's American and played a bit of cricket in America.
He has.
And tells me his father played provincial rugby.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I think Slady's chosen the right sport there, just from a stature point of view.
Yeah, it could only be a scrum half, really, couldn't he? So very much a run-saving field now. with slip gully, short extra, cover point extra mid-off, mid-on, square leg in front of square, and deep backward square. Sliced, and is that out? That is out. Ooh. Now the umpires are just going to have a chat about this. Slade is asking the question, did that carry? And there's no question in the minds of the Lions players that it did carry. Slade van Staden is walking off in a little bit of dudgeon, but we got a chance to look at it again. I must say, it was low, but nothing about the initial body language said anything to me other than that's a clean catch.
Yeah. Slade's not happy with that at all as he walks off. But the Lions guys, there's never any doubt there in their mind. Umpires haven't really come together either. I think they've just made that decision. That looks out, and Slade has to make his way back. Just as the Dolphins were building some momentum, we see the back of Van Staden, and now they'll need to rebuild again just before the drinks.
So that is, it was 0 for 1, it's now 57 for 2. Yeah, actually, Vaughan van Jaarsveld was saying, here's that one of those moments in a game where drinks are coming up, just try and bend your back a little bit, because you're going to get 5 minutes to pull yourself together, and maybe you get a wicket. Well, that's exactly what has happened. So Bryce Parsons is the new man coming to the crease, the 23-year-old left-hander, has captained the Dolphins on several occasions. And his stats are up there on the screen. 650s, 300s, averaging 40 in first-class cricket, which is excellent, with the highest score of 191 coming in the 23-24 season in Potchefstroom. Mind you, they do say, if you can't score runs in Potchefstroom, where can you score them?
And another left-hander to the crease as well, Andy, which would help the Dolphins, which would help the Lions from a game plan perspective. But those are impressive numbers for a youngster, just 25 matches in, and we're just looking into the future here. If he goes on to play 100 first-class games, what would those numbers look like? He's a really good cricketer.
Yeah, of course, comes from the Highveld, went to King Edward's. And an absolutely crucial breakthrough there. Oh, big shout. Might just have been going down, but not a bad shout at all. You've got it on your screen now. Just have a look at this. He walked across, didn't he?
He did, and that ball's always just coming back in. Vaughnie and I spoke earlier just about a little bit of a slope on the wicket being on one of the end strips, and so throughout the game we might just have a little bit of nip down that slope.
Okay. That's a bit better. Got his feet moving.
There still seems to be a little bit of pop in the wicket, just off a length there, and either the DP World Lions have persisted with that catching mid-wicket to Dithole as well as to Parsons now. I think there's just a little bit of pop that might have saved Parsons on that LBW shout as well.
It does look like you need to put everything in as a bowler to find that pop.
It's a wonderful day for cricket. Not, Kingsmead, Durban. This time of year, we expect all that rain, and you expect rain to play some part over the next 4 days. But it's a wonderful day for cricket today, isn't it?
Well, my app was saying dreary and overcast with a possibility of afternoon rain. Well, it couldn't be more different. So, if you're toiling away in the office and you fancy an hour at the cricket over lunch, do come and join us, because entrance is free for the 4-day games, and this is, when I was growing up, proper cricket.
Andy, I asked Vaughan the question earlier. With the Proteas being champions of the world, bringing the mace home, what would it do for the longer format cricket in South Africa?
Good shot. Oh, did he not play that well? Got up so nice and tall and smacked it into the ground. But to your point, I've done a lot of school sport over the last couple of seasons, and the one thing that comes out all the time is role models. All kids look up to what they see, and because the Springboks are double world champions of the world, because the Proteas are now the Test champions, and made it all the way through to the final of the T20 World Cup last year, that's what the kids are watching. And that brings a big responsibility for the people who are the role models. And I'm very happy to say that the Springboks under Rassie Erasmus have just been fantastic from a PR perspective. They don't get covered in controversy, and they all. And here's the point: they all know that their place is not safe.
Sure.
And that's something that when I look at the different teams that the Proteas are putting on the field for 20 over games, 50 over games, and test matches, it speaks to the fact that there is a wave of talent coming through in multi-facets. But the most important thing of all is what we're watching right here. First class 4-day cricket is where you learn the game.
Yes.
You can't play a reverse sweep against a left arm leggy unless you've done this first, in my humble opinion.
I think you're spot on there, Andy, and I love the way that you've summed that up. And I think we're seeing the Proteas taking that same sort of attitude that the Springboks have used. And there's been a rotation of players, and the players that have done well in the domestic games have been given the opportunities. And
Edson 4! Oh, wicketkeeper didn't move. And I think in the cold light of day, Connor Esterhuizen needs to look to his laurels here. I think he thought it was going to first slip. First slip knew that it wasn't. And you can see from that replay, the keeper's feet are rooted to the spot.
Oh, Dithole has got away with that one. He's been so good in
That's
his
his
shot
first full
selection,
shot.
100%. He's been so good.
And just looking at as I'm talking to you now, first slip has just taken a step to his right. Oh, and now he's gone back the other way. So that there is a gap between the two, but that was a keeper catch.
Cody Yusuf would be gutted. He's really toiled away.
Yeah.
6 overs, none for 25. It could have been one, and that would have been the wicket that the Lions would have wanted before that drinks break.
And I'm just watching Connor Esterhuizen walking down the other end, and he's sort of avoided the glare of the bowler. He knows. I don't need to tell him. Wicket keeping is an art. And the great ones had the best feet. It's not all about hands. It's about how you move to the ball. And that was an example of wicketkeeper not moving to the ball. Temperature is rising by the moment here at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead.
Not a cloud in the sky, and not a bit of wind either, Andy.
Yeah, fielding captain Dom Hendricks is going to have to be very careful with how he uses his bowlers, because he must know it's going to be a long day. They're going to have to have a little bit of luck if they're going to bowl the Dolphins out. But he's got to keep his men fresh.
I think you're spot on there, Andy. The rotation of the bowlers, I think the role that the spinner plays as well, just to ensure that they're able to keep the seamers fresh to rotate throughout the day, I think is important. Chatting to Vaughan van Jaarsveld earlier on comms, he felt that maybe the first half and 1.5 hours there'll be something in the wicket, and that slope wouldn't really play too much of a part. But I think the Lions bowlers will need to make use of any little bit of advantage that they can get from the wicket, from the ball, and just in those rotation of the players as well.
Well, we've seen the four seamers. I don't imagine we'll see the spinner. Maybe last over before lunch. It's a bit of a tradition.
Yeah.
But it's a young man, just 19 years old, making his debut. Sipo Potsani, slow left armour. That's well bowled. Bryce Parsons, just in contrast to what we've seen from Tshepang Dithole, who's looked absolutely solid, bar that nick through wicketkeeper and slip in the last over. Bryce Parsons has begun as if he's just got a bit of gauze over the goggles at the moment.
He's an aggressive type of player. We've seen him do so well in the white ball stuff. We've seen his impressive numbers that put up on the board as he came in. Oh, and there a little bit of traditional cricket with the leave that's come in. But he is that sort of guy that wants bat on ball. He wants to get going, and I think he'll try and play an attacking brand of cricket, whatever the format. With that, we've got the drinks break.
Yep.
That the Lions bowlers have desperately been calling for.
Fielding side would be very happy with that. So maiden over from Delano Pochita, and the Dolphins at the drinks break, having won the toss and chosen to bat, 65 for 2. How was Pillay out?
Just flip down the slope, back in, he's caught on the crease.
And that was Swanepoel.
He's a middle order batter. With Sarno's retirement, they've asked him, does he want to open? And he says, I'll go for it, just never done it before. So he got a royal duck in ball hunt, and then he's got another one. So it's a bit of a tough start. But he's capable. $65 for 1 looks a bit better than $65 for 2.
Could have been 3.
What do you think of the balance?
Jimmy, you know you said before we went off, a bit of proper cricket. These days, you can go for hours without seeing somebody leave a ball. Used to be the foundation of the game.
Bowlers are taking the stumps a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Batters also wanting to feel that bat on ball. In the past, you'd leave the ball to get yourself in, and now they want bat on ball to get themselves in. It's always like a fine wine, he's just getting better and better with age.
Dolphins winning the toss, choosing to bat, 65 for 2. Tshepang Dithole has played particularly well, 42 not out. Nicked one between wicketkeeper and slip just before the drinks break, and that's his only false shot. Bryce Parsons has come to join him. He hasn't yet got off the mark. He's faced 9 deliveries so far, and the wickets to 4. Pillay for a duck, and Slade van Staden for 19.
Cody Yusuf starting with a nice full bunger outside off stump. Dithole has been so good there today, Andy, and sort of just continuing where he left off. 42 of 65, you mentioned it, he's been absolutely superb.
It's not that unusual in cricket for people to suddenly find their game in their late 20s, early 30s. That's a good shot for none. And suddenly, somebody who's always looked to be sort of in and out of the side, not quite nailing down a position, suddenly they what happens quite a lot is that they put away a shot that has been getting them out. And I think of someone like Neil Mackenzie, who I did Neil's first class debut for the Lions at the Wanderers. He was still at Kess, and he got 77 of the most gorgeous runs you'll ever see. And of course, everybody at the Bullring remembered his father, who always batted like a millionaire, particularly like the short ball, and here was a chip off the old block, shot a ball, and Neil got an early chance for the Proteas and didn't take that chance. And it wasn't until he'd gone past the age of 30 that suddenly he started opening the batting, put a couple of those shots away, and ended up playing a significant career for the Proteas. Sliced for 4. Well, I think that one was over the top of the catchers, the previous one between them.
We spoke a little bit earlier, just before drinks, about the leave that Parsons has played just prior to drinks, and you made the comment that we're seeing that less and less, Andy, and Dithole is just that's been a picture of his innings, hasn't he? When the bowlers have strayed, as you said, he's also hit a few good balls for 4, but when they've strayed, he's really thrown his hands at any sort of width, and he's taken advantage of that.
It's a good bouncer. It's a no ball, it's the effort ball, and he's just overstepped with that effort, but that's keeping the batter honest. No problem with that at all.
Letting out a little bit of frustration. I've nicked him off.
Yeah, could have had him twice. Oh, now he's hit him amidships. Oh dear. Yeah. Maybe it missed the sweet spot because he's sort of jogged off to square leg. That's well bowled. That's well bowled with a ball that is now 18 overs old. He's really bending his back. Here is Cody Yusuf. This is what got him into the national side. That's well played. Get down the other end. He'll steal the strike at the end of that over. So Cody Yusuf now none for 30 off 7. None for 31, I should say. But
Andy, a little bit here and there, just off the seam. I think we might see that throughout the game, but definitely nothing in the air, and not the weather conditions for it either.
so we've got that catcher in front of square at short extra, slip in a gully. That's well bowled.
Delano Potgieter doesn't have the pace of Cody Yusuf, but he's been really consistent in just attacking that off stump. He's been there and thereabout on a good length, and he's just been around the stumps.
He's got a good heart, good cricketer, bats nicely. He's effectively taken the place of Evan Jones in this side from the one that won against Western Province. And something that has changed recently in the game is, of course, that you can replace injured players now, which means that teams travel with a much bigger squad than they would previously have done. Because in order to replace someone, it has to be like for like. So 15 players announced, 4 of them don't make the starting side, but they are available if somebody gets injured or if there's a concussion protocol. And of course, the Dolphins saw that happen to them down in Paarl, where their captain, Mark Ackerman, got a leg injury, and that's the reason he's not playing in this game. Keshav Maharaj taking the captaincy.
Not a bad replacement.
Yeah, I must say, lovely to see him playing 4-day cricket. And I believe he's only available, or they're going to select him for the second test against Pakistan and not the first.
Any particular reason why?
No, I don't know. Other than perhaps they want to keep him fresh. There's an example, I think. Kesh Maharaj, he's 34 now, going on 35. And when he began his career with the Hollywoodbets Dolphins as a slow left armer, you wouldn't instantly have said, well, that's going to be a Protea. Yeah. And I think that there was a moment at the end of a season where he perhaps felt that he had to do something different if he was going to be a regular player for the Dolphins. And what he did was he went into the nets and he bowled and he bowled and he bowled and he bowled, and there is no substitute. Well, what is it Ben Hogan used to say? The secret's in the dirt. And he came out for the new season after that with much greater control. That's a good shot, and it is going to go for 4. You're really getting good value for your strokes here, because that's a long boundary, but there was never a chance that the fielder was going to pick that up.
Disappointing into the over from Potgieter. He's been there and thereabout, and he's kept the Dolphins batters quiet, building that pressure and just investing. Bryce Parsons off the mark with that shot. Andy?
Yeah, absolutely right. That pressure that they've been building up is gone. Just one bad ball, good shot, and Parsons will look up at the scoreboard and heave a sigh of relief. And just going back to Kesh, I mean, now he's the best, what is he, number 1 ranked bowler in world one-day cricket and test cricket. Not sure about test cricket, but just an all-time great. Is probably going to finish his career as the best spinner that South Africa have ever had, taking over from Huey Tayfield. Yeah, good call. It's a nice piece of fielding.
I think you're spot on there about Keshav and his work ethic, and I think many people would be able to tell you a story about that. VVJ on commentary with us would have spent quite a lot of time in that period where Kesh wasn't a Protea, doing well for the Dolphins, but so badly wanting to achieve that Protea dream, and VVJ would have seen that hard work. But that's Keshav for you, isn't it? A wonderful person and a wonderful worker. What an incredible work ethic. and deserves every bit of success that he's now reaping at the national level.
And it is such a treat to watch him bowl in Test cricket these days. Just the plans that he puts into effect. Just you never see him getting carted anymore. It's just beautiful control. Oh, that's well bowled. That's 2 in a row from Kuda Yusuf. It actually looked as if it might have swung away a little bit and carried on off the seam.
Dithole looking unfazed.
But that's the point, isn't it? There he is. He's 48 not out, and he's just played and missed at 2 in a row. Speaks volumes about how well Kuda Yusuf is bowling. There's that bouncer again. Probably would have been a wide in one-day cricket, but keeping the batsman honest.
Cody's really bending his back here, desperate for that wicket. 7.4 overs, none for 31. Deserved 1 or 2, like you said, and doing everything in his power to end the spell with the wicket. Oh, that was quick. Dithole, a man in form, seeing the ball well, has all the time in the world, and just clips that away for 1.
I've just had a message from Werner, thank you very much Werner, who has copied me on what Cricket South Africa said about why Kesh wasn't playing the first test. He's been named for the second test only as he completes the final stages of rehabilitation from a left groin strain.
Right.
Which is fair enough. So Simon Harmer's been called up.
Yes.
Well done. There's a chap who in another era could have played a lot more test cricket. I'm going to leave you now.
That's true.
In the capable hands of Zayn, and into my seat will come VVJ.
Welcome back, Voni. 78 for 2 are the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Dithole on 49, not out. Parsons 4 of 13. What do you make of that last session, Voni?
Very good. If I was the Dolphins in the Dolphins camp, be very happy with that. Only losing the 1 wicket off and starting. Just under an hour until lunchtime. I think Quinton Friend will be happy going into lunch, maybe 1 more down, if not none.
Dithole has looked really good, Voni. You would have played a bit of cricket with him. Andy and I were just discussing him as being a fine wine. He gets better with age. He's really in the sort of peak of his life at the moment, Voni.
No, 100%. When he started out with us, he needed to learn his game a lot more. Perfect his technique a little bit better, with the mental side of things a little bit stronger. Looks like he's done all of that, which is good to see. The nice thing about it is he's attacked the bad balls more and not just let them go, as some batters would do.
He's kept it really simple, hasn't he, Voni? You've made mention of the fact that he's put the bad ball away. Otherwise, apart from that, he's kept it really simple. He's left well, he's defended well, when the DP World Lions bowlers have overpitched, he's presented a full face of the bat, and he's often found the gap.
It's all you need to do to build an innings. Just make sure you're playing to your game plan. But moving from that, have the mental toughness to stick to it.
Yeah.
And build an innings up to lunch, after tea. Bat for 4, 5, 6 hours. He had that one blip that went through keep and slip. But still, if they're not going to catch it, you're still there, you're still batting.
Yeah.
It's almost like you need to make them pay. So I think the longer he bats, the easier it's going to get.
Delano Potgieter doesn't have the pace of Cody Yusuf, but he's just there and thereabout, on-off stump and just outside. So we see Dithole for the second time this over just come across the stumps, Warnie, and look to force one leg side.
Just needs to be careful because I wouldn't say moving around is a bad thing, but you also don't want to move around and then all of a sudden get out. Delano is that type of bowler who's going to bowl in his area. He's going to make sure he gives you nothing. So it's basically a game of patience. You might have to take an extra over or two. He might throw one in the third over or whatever. You just looking at obviously what Cody's been doing. They're working well in partnership. So you can't really take Delano on or try and do something different, because you might just find yourself walking back to the pavilion.
Cody's really been bending his back here. He's running in hard and really looking to hit the deck hard, Warnie.
Oh, it's his fifth one on the trot. Like I said earlier on, he looks like that nuggety, hard, fighting type of person. Looks like the character he's got. Obviously wasn't happy with what he produced early on in the morning, and he's literally turned that around in this spell now, which is good to see. Asking the right questions. He's got that length back now, which is what he was lacking in his first spell. So asking the right questions. Bryce hit that boundary last over, or over before that. He's faced 16 balls already, and he hasn't looked like scoring another run. So doing the right things at the moment, the Lions bowlers. The rest of them have got to come back for their seconds and third spells, which will be the telltale sign of how their day will go. I think can take a leaf out of Cody's book.
Up front, Warner's Cody opted to stay over the wicket to the left-handers and just to go across them. We spoke about the length. Maybe he was just a little bit too short early on. Could have been a little bit fuller. He's at the Old Fort Road end now. He's been there for a few overs, but he's opted to come around the wicket and come back into the body. He's been a little bit fuller. He's attacked the stumps as well, but he's really bowling with some good pace. Parsons, he's known for that strike rate. He's known for that aggressive attacking brand of cricket. Yes, it's 4-day cricket, but he loves bat on ball, and the DP World Lions bowlers have managed to keep him quiet here.
You see, that's where it's just those small things. Obviously, as a touring side, you got to look at who you're bowling at. I would have liked to have seen him come over the wicket to Bryce, especially his first. What is he now? Faced 19 balls. Would have loved to see him come across him, seeing if he's going to play at it. Obviously, Bryce wants bat on ball. He likes the pace. Just that ball going across him the whole time could have induced maybe an edge, could have maybe misread the line of one. Do you think that they've gone around the wicket a little bit too early to some guys? But then also in saying that their line and length in the beginning wasn't the greatest.
Oh. That's been a little bit fuller, Vorney, and I think we've seen with Cody Yusuf today when he's bowled that full of a good length, which I don't think is a natural length for him.
No.
But when he's gone a little bit fuller, he has managed to get just something out of the wicket.
I think anybody will get anything out of this wicket if you're bending your back, which was good to see from him. Righting his wrong from earlier today, showing his character. Probably begging the captain for the ball, which is good to see. He is their strike bowler, so
Potgieter, VVJ, you've made mention of him. He's going to be the guy that sort of just bustles in, keeps the pressure on, dots it up from one end, and bowls in partnership with Cody, who really is looking to attack. You see Connor Esterhuizen standing up to the stumps now for the first time, so there isn't going to be too much pace behind the ball, but he's going to be asking the right questions.
well batted. That's 50 up. Taking them 86 deliveries. It's not a bad play from the keeper, Connor Esterhuizen. Just making sure Dithole is not moving around in his crease too often. Almost, if you're the bowler, you can't afford to go that wide.
Third successive 50. Dithole having a purple patch, Vorney, at the start of this season. He's obviously got the 100 against Borland last week, and follow that up with a half century. I think it was a 60 odd, and he's converted a good start into a 50 here as well. So yeah,
He is setting it up nicely for the Dolphins, especially once that ball starts getting a little bit older into the 30th, 40th over. £2, scoring a lot easier. Field will be nice and spread, a lot more gaps. Almost go back to that low risk cricket.
You mentioned it last over, didn't you, Vorney, about Dithole being willing to just move around the crease, shuffling down the wicket. He also walked across a couple of times and just looks to put Potgieter just off his length a bit. The presence of Esterhuizen now standing up to the stumps would probably stop that for a bit, and like you said, Dithole would have to go back and just play some more simple cricket. That's what's got him to that score of 50 and got the Dolphins off to a fairly decent start.
Great shot.
Potgieter just strays onto the legs of Dithole this time, and Dithole has just kept such good balance, transferred his weight into that Vorney, and hasn't looked to overhit it.
The nice thing for me as we look at the replay is how late he's played it. Almost waited to that last second. Left him mid wicket, and you're not stopping it on the short boundary. That's the one thing about having a keeper up. Your line and length has got to be very, very key here. You can't stray either side.
Dithole looks like he's in it for the long haul, Vorney. He's just put that away off the pads. We've just spoken about that, and Potgieter back on his mark, and Dithole happy to leave. So I think he's done that really well throughout his innings. He's hit the boundary, and then he's been able to reset and almost start again every ball.
Oh, I think that's missed everything. With a surprise for the keeper.
Esterhuizen
And for the-
definitely looks surprised there.
And for the batter himself, end over on 4 bars. And no keeper likes to see that small little B next to a number. Always getting judged on how many bars you let through, which is a bit unfortunate.
He definitely wouldn't have been expecting the short ball. The Dolphins 88 for 2. Final session before lunch, Forney. If you were at the crease now, what's your mindset? What are you thinking? What are you saying to your partner before the lunch break?
Quite a tough one. If you're still in, which Dithole is, you're seeing it a lot better than your partner. So almost be conservative towards him, just with the general say. Keep watching the ball, play nice and straight, and then just reassuring that the bad ball will come. Not to get frustrated. You've got just under 45 minutes left till lunchtime, and it's literally just trying to stay switched on as much as possible, not to let anything happen. Because the boys in the Dolphins dugout or change room are thinking the same. Let's not try and lose another one. Whatever we get now for the next 40 minutes or so is bonus. So they've got a nice foundation. Just think we don't want them to go too much helter-skelter, but to try and let the bad ball go to the boundary and just keep looking after the good ones.
Yeah.
I think the nice thing what I used to do is, just looking at this situation now, is as the end batter, you should be saying to your partner, even if it's after every ball or after every second or third ball, just keep going, you're doing the right thing. Even if he's just blocking it and he's still there. Making sure the body language that you're both still present at the crease, and just sort of digging it into the fielding team as much as possible.
Cody Yusuf still just running in, bending his back. It's met by a solid defense from Bryce Parsons.
It's one way of putting pressure back on the fielding side.
Parsons has looked good defensively. We could say a little bit uncharacteristic, as being the guy that wants bat on ball, wants to get the ball to the boundary. He's bided his time quite well here, Bonnie. Oh, a little bit loose on that occasion.
It's just for him now. I was just going to say, it's just for him now to make sure he stays in the present, and not look for something that's not there.
Yes.
He needs to make sure that, I mean, the run, he will catch up. He's good enough. He will get opportunities to score. Just don't look for too much. Almost, you don't want to go into that high risk bracket where you're looking to play an expensive drive or something different, whereas the bowlers might err in length or line for you to score anyway.
Parsons just pulls out of that one just before Cody Yusuf could get into his delivery stride.
Middle on fielder was playing hopscotch
Yeah.
to try and get into his position.
Spoke about body language earlier, Vorney. The Dolphins batters have looked really good at the crease. They've, as we see, Parsons just forcing that one through forward point area for one. They've looked really good, Vorney. They seem to have a commanding presence at the crease. Their routines between balls have looked like they've been in control, They've taken their time about it as well.
They've run nicely between the wickets as well.
They've communicated well with each other between balls as well. Not quite there. Dithole's waited on that one, and I think importantly kept the face of the bat open on that, and no harm done. What do you make of the body language for our viewers of the DP World Lions in this situation? We're hearing a little bit of verbals.
The verbals is coming from behind the stumps. So the guys that aren't doing much running around. Yeah, just looking at the rest, there's not much, to be honest with you. Shoulders are down a little bit. A word here and there. It's not much to go by. We're going to see a change from Gainey end. See Swanepoel coming back into the attack. Bowled a brilliant spell earlier this morning. A change of ends for him.
Swanepoel was really good early on when he asked the right questions. He was a little bit fuller, and he definitely attacked the stumps a little bit more than Cody Yusuf early on. Change of ends.
Looks like he's going to come over the wicket to the left-handers. Interesting to see this.
First slip in. Keeping the gully, and I think importantly they're keeping that catching mid-wicket for me.
This is just going to try and bowl as straight as possible. Inside edge. Bryce Parsons suggesting he's going to hit that onto the bank.
Swanepoel will just run in and bowl wicket to wicket here, Voni. He's got a catching mid-wicket. He's got a catching extra cover as well. And then if we're looking at that mid-on, Voni, that mid-on's quite short as well. Maybe not.
It must feel like that cover is not catching and it's not normal. It's almost in no man's land at the moment. Especially to Bryce, I'd rather see him a lot closer. Getting into his eye line. Later, leaving that cover region open so he can try and hit it through there.
Parsons drives this time. We did see Parsons hit one through that forward point area when Potgieter was on. Yes, he was around the wicket and into the stumps, but Parsons had just leaned on one on the up and managed to get that one through to the long boundary for 4. I like that. Let that extra cover a little bit straighter. Open up the covers and get that ball going across him. It brings the stumps into play, that off stump, that top of off area, but it brings in your slip and your gully as well.
Yeah, it even brings in that backward point, it gets quite close as well.
There we go.
You almost want him to force it through that gap. Where that ball's just gone now, you want him to force it through there. You must play with an angled bat.
Yeah.
So at the moment he's just standing and feeling no man's land. I think a catcher's going to go there, and the only thing he's going to do is try and maybe save a single. Or
That's the over. Decent over by Swanepoel. Continues the good work. Another maiden.
Another maiden.
89 for 2. Dolphins looking comfortable at this stage of the game.
Just something that we haven't spoken about is that there's been 3 good overs by the DP World Lions bowlers. So they're stringing something together. Hoping something happens as we see another change at the old Fort Road end. As Tshepang comes back into the attack.
Just the 2 overs in his first spell, Bonnie. A little bit expensive. 2 overs for 12 runs of cricket left to play. Change of ends.
He was one of the bowlers that did try and get the ball up there. Got driven a few times. Bad thing. Hopefully he can bring it back now. As you see, he's got a deep point on the boundary. Up or wide.
Oh. Immediately just a little bit of pop in the wicket there, a little bit of extra bounce. He's got the deep point that you've spoken about, Warnie. He's also got 3 slips. Or 2 and a gully now.
Well, it almost suggests that he's trying to bowl a little bit wider, get himself back into his rhythm, into his spell, second spell, which has just started. Doesn't want to leak too many runs at the moment. Just cramping Dithole up for room.
You mentioned it earlier, Warnie, that there's been a decent 3-over period here from the DP World Lions, and we can just hear the players in the field a little bit more, can't we? Just a little bit of pressure building, bowlers running up, bending their back. They'll know how important a wicket before lunch would be. As Dithole just opens the face on that one, and he hits that deep point fielder for 1.
As you see him come up for Parsons.
The Lions still working hard on that ball, Warnie.
You see Cody's shining that right up until the last second. And some heat on it.
Oh,
another good ball. Good area, good line.
These last few overs, the Lions bowlers have definitely asked some questions of the Dolphins batters' defence. Seeing a little bit of a different Parsons here. Really investing. It's a little bit fuller driven, but excellent fielding by Cody Yusuf at mid-off.
Fielding by the lanky seamer.
He's put in a top shift with the ball, carrying that over into the field, Bonnie.
Now rolling around at mid-off.
A little bit of a mix-up.
Oh,
Well backed up.
horrible throw. Backed up nicely by the mid-on fielder.
91 for 2. Dolphins in a strong position. With that, I make my way out of commentary and I leave you with VVJ and Andy Capistano.
And here's a man who's a very fluent one-day player who's now got 7 off 36 deliveries, and they've of those 7, 1 was a bad ball that he cut for 4 to get off the mark. So he's been kept honest by good display in the field from the Lions.
There's some tight bowling as well. It's going into the 6th over and they've only gone for 5 runs.
Sounded like there might have been a nick on that, but it must surely have stayed inside the legs anyway.
Definitely pitched outside leg. Have a look at the replay. Yeah, outside leg stump.
Always tough for a right arm seamer to get an LBW against a left-hander bowling over the wicket, which is wide. They do go round the wicket every now and then, looking for an LBW. But misfield, and what was a tight single becomes an easy one. But so it swings and roundabouts, isn't it, Vaughan? I mean, you talked earlier on about what you would prefer as a left-hander. So although the right arm man going over the wicket isn't going to get many LBWs, he is going to get you caught in the slips, caught in the gully that he wouldn't get if he's going around the wicket.
Yep. Another very good ball. Asking the right questions.
Dithole's innings has been interesting, hasn't it? Because he got to 40 and looked as if he was in the fantastic form that we know from the 60 and the 100 that he made in Park. And since he got into the 40s, the Lions bowlers have made it really tough for him.
It's just been a testament to how well they've actually bowled to bring it back. At one stage they were going at 4.2 and over, all the way down to nearly 3.5. See the end of Swanepoel's over.
These days cricket has moved between formats so regularly that we sometimes have to pinch ourselves and say, yeah, 3.4, there's nothing wrong with that.
100%.
It's a 4-day game.
Especially in a 4-day game, it's fantastic. Also in hindsight, when you're striking at 21, it's also not the end of the world. We'll catch up if he keeps his head. Get some bad deliveries, some scoring options.
Sir Pamela from the Old Fort End. He bowled 3 overs. First ball he bowled was hooked into the old
West Stand
for 6 by Slade van Staden.
Seems to have found his length and his line.
They've been very disciplined since the drinks break, and I think they probably had a bit of a heart-to-heart, the seamers, and said, well, he's not swinging. Odd ball is bouncing if you bend your back, but you've got to bowl straight and keep the batter honest.
You keep stringing them together, something will happen. They've obviously got to be wide awake for their half chance or for the opportunity.
And when the chance comes, you've got to take it. So in one moment when Dithole was on, I think, 44, and he nicked one between wicketkeeper and first slip, and neither man moved.
too busy sipping their tea, looking at each other, saying hello.
Yeah, my feeling at the time was it was definitely the keeper's catch, but neither of them made a move to the ball.
Around the wicket, normally to a left-hander, at 95% is the keeper's catch. We're bowled.
It's a little bit of extra bouncing we're talking about. You really bend your back.
They've almost put it into Dithole's court and going, if you want to score runs, you need to do it yourself.
Yeah.
They've tightened up quite nicely, asking him to hit nice and straight, which has been good to see. Another one.
Yeah, and entirely agree with that. The runs he's scored have tended to be square of the wicket, and so if you cut the short ball out of his ration, you're forcing him to try and score in the V.
As you've seen, especially for him being so short, it is quite difficult to get it off the square straighter than it is square at the moment.
He's threaded that one through. Just a little bit of width.
As I said that, he's found the gap. But it has taken the Dolphins close on 7-8 overs to get a boundary.
There it is again. Just used the width on offer there. A little bit over pitched. Good shot. Dithole goes to 59 off 100 deliveries. Anchoring the innings beautifully, and he will know. I don't need to tell him. He needs to bat long here.
Yes, he needs to bat for the next 2, 3, 4 hours. Dig his heels in. That score keep ticking over.
Swanepoel to continue. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 15. He's been really good as Bayes Swanepoel. Hardly bowled a bad ball. As for the Dolphins, I'm sure they'll have one eye on the lunch break at 97 for 2. They won't really mind if it's still 97 for 2 in 20 minutes' time.
100%. No more damage. Any extra runs is bonus.
Good adjustment there. So we've just seen the 4-seamers, no sign yet of spin. I'm quite excited to see what happens when spin does arrive, because we've got a youngster, Jeppy boy, Sipo Putsane, making his debut for the Lions today.
I'm sure you'll love bowling in these conditions. A little bit of turn, a bit of bounce.
And that slope that you were talking about earlier on, I would assume he'll bowl from this end.
I've seen most of Kesh's overs from the old Fort Road end.
Okay.
But obviously both sides do work quite nicely. Foot marks and a bit of scuff. But he'll probably start off from the Mgani end. See how the pitch reacts.
And he might just get the last over before lunch.
I wouldn't mind seeing him come give Swanepoel another over or two. Maybe just even another over before lunch, and then give the spinner maybe 2 overs to bowl. Maybe strangle a wicket before lunchtime.
See the fielding side working hard on the ball, trying to get one side lovely and shiny.
As we're hearing a lot of clapping, it is getting closer to lunchtime. Another 16 minutes or so.
So Swanepoel just going for a single off, understandable with 4 seamers going. Bryce Parsons looking around the field and counting. Obviously thinking to himself, they've snuck another fielder off. Oh, good shot.
Great shot. Over pitched, too much width.
Just the second time in his innings. There's that little bit of extra bounce if you bend your back. If there's a fault in Tshepang's bowling, he does tend to get it just a little bit floaty at times. When he bends his back, snaps his wrist, you can see why he's always been touted as a potential Protea.
Almost take a leaf out of Cody Yusuf's book. Get through that action as much as possible. All the stumps.
It's taken him a long time to get in, but Bryce Parsons is looking better minute by minute now. Good shot.
Red and but
It's the 50 stand between these two. Dithole's got half of them. Parsons took a long time to get going, but now that's his second boundary in the space of 2 overs. He'll be feeling a lot better. Yeah, no run there, my boy. Hit 4 and then steal 1.
farm the strike. We'll see spin.
So Pamela's going to continue by the looks of things, and it doesn't look like your 2 lies.
I think we're going to get 1, Andy. Let's see Connor yesterday's and signaling for his helmet.
Aha.
So we'll probably just get the 1.
Last over before lunch from the old 4 end. Right. Rather from the Ghanian. Depending on how quickly things move. Right, I'm actually talking of lunch. I need to go down and chat to somebody on the field. I think probably, what do you think, Tshepang Dithole?
I think Dithole.
I will grab him and we'll have a chat with him before lunch, and Zane will come back into my seat.
But he has been solid though throughout the morning. He's defended well. He's played the bad ball very well.
He's just got to make sure he carries this through to lunch. Sipamla bending his back. Voni, second spell definitely better than the first.
It's just there's almost like a ball and over where I don't know if he's trying too much or I don't know if it's a technical thing. It just lets it slip every now and again, and if you can sort that out, they'd build those maiden overs over by over. Make it more difficult for the Dolphins batters to score runs.
Dithole drives. Good fielding at mid-off.
So as a captain or as a coach, I don't even mind seeing that. You're bowling to your... Yes, he's driven you. It sounds amazing. It's probably come off the middle of his bat, but straight to your fielder. If there's a bit of extra bounce or maybe a nip off the seam, you're in the game. So I'd be more than happy in seeing that than short and wide or down the leg side.
Another decent bit of cricket there. Dithole just punching that down the ground. I think you're spot on there, Voni. They've got a couple of catches in place behind the wickets. Your slip and your gully, you've got your catching extra cover, and Dithole has been nicked off a few overs ago anyway. Why not take that gamble just before lunch?
As we see the debutant coming on at the Mgani end. All the Jeppy boys must be happy.
And the seamers as well.
I think the seamers out of everybody.
Left arm spin, Voni, youngster making his debut to hopefully make a career in the game. What do you know about him, Voni?
I have absolutely no idea. Andy did say he is a Jeppy boy. I'm guessing Jeppy old boy. I don't know if he's still in school. Nice little action. Sipho Botswana. Might have to phone Mark Bichet. He might have had something to do with him.
That looks all right, Voni.
That looks very good. Nice flight. Nice action. Getting through the crease.
Could be a little bit of something in the air there as well.
Oh, it's beautiful. There's no nerve. What a great start. Don't want to jinx him, but looks very good.
Good to see his teammates get around him as well with an arm over the shoulder.
I can push through a little bit.
Sipho Botswana.
Oh, well ball, bit of turn. Played out into the covers for one.
Bit of drift through the air there, Voni, and then a bit of turn back into the stumps.
There's little foot marks that they've already caused, or the seamers.
One ball to lunch. Dithole to face it. Comes down the wicket.
Oh,
Just the one.
we're going to have one more over by the looks of it.
Yeah.
It's not a bad over from the youngster, 2 coming from it.
Really good start, and he's got through the over quite quickly, which allows us another over before lunch for me. It's a really good start. Super good, solid.
That last shot of Dithole could have ended up very bad. Luckily, he placed it nicely through the gap down to 3/4 long on. Luckily, he didn't hit it back to the bowler.
He's done all the hard work. He's got to make sure that he carries the team through the lunch hour. Back on strike. Sipamla running in. Drives, but finds an extra cover fielder.
The old cliche, found a single and go stand on the other side.
Just looking at Bryce Parsons' body language right now, he's
He's
running nothing.
not going anywhere.
Proteas women. Are they talented?
Yeah.
Fierce.
Yeah.
Dynamic.
Yeah.
Do they have the passion?
That is an outstanding catch.
Yeah.
Is ambition a part of this team?
Yeah.
Do they look unstoppable?
Yeah.
Unbreakable?
Yeah.
Unafraid?
Yeah.
Will they win the Cricket World Cup?
Absolute class from Laura Volkvar.
Oh, just like that. This is thrilling.
This is unbelievable. This is fantasy cricket.
Join the charge. Support the Proteas women on their journey to World Cup glory.
Yeah.
Welcome back after lunch. I must say, a fantastic lunch. Thank you very much to the Hollywoodbets Dolphins staff for feeding all of us pitch vision weckers. And now into the second session. The Hollywoodbets Dolphins winning the toss, choosing to bat first this morning. And they have reached lunch at 109 for 2 with Tshepang Dithole 60 not out, and alongside him Bryce Parsons on 20. The wickets to fall, Pillay, LBW to Swanepoel without scoring, and then a 57-run partnership for this second wicket. First ball after lunch brings a single, and the second wicket to fall, that of Slade van Staden, caught it slip by Josh Richards off the bowling of Potgieter, and he was out for 19. This partnership between Dithole and Parsons is blossoming, and they have now added 53 for the third wicket. Zane Bucks is alongside me. We've enjoyed the morning session. Zane, what does this hold for us in the afternoon?
Thanks very much, Andy, and thank you very much for
Shot.
that summary. As we see, an incredible cover drive by Dithole, continuing where he left off.
Hit a couple of very nice fours just coming up to lunch after he'd gone through probably a half hour, the only half hour of his innings where he struggled.
Most certainly, Andy, there was a period where the DP World Lions bowlers definitely pegged it back. They were very consistent in the areas that they bowled, and they also ran in and hit the deck quite hard. Cody Yusuf, I think, the pick of them in terms of that effort and energy that was put in. Dithole managed to weather that, and here he is again. Oof.
Nicely bowled by Delano Potgieter. He's toiled away well. 6.5 overs now, 1 for 31. No great pace, but he just nips it around a little bit. Bowls a good length.
Interesting to see him come on so soon after the lunch break. Swanepoel and Potsane took us into that lunch interval from the Umgeni end, but to see Potgieter back in, coming to bowl, not his dibbly-dobblies, he's a little bit quicker than that, but he'll come in and he'll hit an area and he'll look to build pressure. I'm sure we'll see the quicker men from the Old Fort end really attack the stumps and look to get the breakthrough.
Yeah, and that 1 over of spin from the debutant Potsane looked very promising to me.
It did. That looked really good. Really good action, nice and simple and repeatable. It looked like he got a little bit of drift in, and then just a hint at turn. It was with the slope as well, which helps, but he looks like a promising prospect.
Yep. SA under 19 player, still at school at Jeppe. And we'll look forward to seeing him turning his arm over in this afternoon session. I think he's going to have to do quite a bit of bowling, by the way that this game is starting to pan out. It's a flat pitch.
Just during that lunch interval, Andy, you spoke about the lunch and it was awesome, but it was also awesome to see the look on the Dolphins bowlers' faces at lunch. They look like they've got away with one here.
They knew that they could tuck in without having to get ready to bowl. Big thing for us bowlers.
I had a little chat to Okushle and he said, "Jeepers, I'm glad we're batting."
So we're right on the edge of the square, very short boundary down to the new scoreboard, and the long boundary to the west stand. Despite the fact that it is a very long boundary, we've seen the ball travelling across the sward there and picking up pace, so you're getting full value for your runs, and I'm delighted to say Potsane is coming back from the Old Fort end, having bowled his first over from the Mgemi end.
change of end. But no change in the action, Andy, and I'm looking forward to seeing quite a bit of what we saw earlier before that lunch interval. He does start with 4 men out, which is quite defensive in this format, Andy. On the leg side, he's got his deep square leg, his cow corner, and his long on out. That's 2 Bryce Parsons, who we know is very good square of the wicket. Keeps the men out as well to Dithole, who's set as well.
So if you're just tuning in now and you're watching your screen, you're not watching a mirror. This is left armour to left hander. Well fielded, young man. He's taken that on the instep and he's gritting his teeth, trying not to show the older men in the side that he's felt that.
A little bit quicker through the air that time, and Dithole works that away to the leg side. Andy, what's your thoughts? Potsane back into the attack and just going up the slope slightly. It's ever so gentle, but it still is there.
I think probably he wanted the long boundary for the left-handers. Right now, these two are playing him exactly correctly. Just push him straight, milk him for runs, make him understand that there's no free dot balls in first-class cricket. But I like him. He comes over the top. He's got a quick arm, and that's might seem a contradiction in terms, but that's what you want in a spinner.
Yeah.
Yeah, well bowled. It just looks to me as if he could settle into a nice line and length and get his field just a little bit more constricting. But he could do something here for the Lions. That's the first time I've seen that young man, and I'm mightily impressed.
Most certainly, Andy. He looks a really good player. Agree with you there. I think bring the long on up, force him to come down and hit him over, which might bring a wicket, which is exactly what the Lions would need. At the other end, Potgieter to continue. Just before the lunch interval, Andy, when he finished off, we saw Esterhuizen come up to the stumps. He's standing back now. What do you think the plan is in this scenario for Potgieter?
Well, I think they did the right thing this morning, which was when the shine was off the new ball and there wasn't really too much in the pitch, they bowled straight, and they bowled to a constricting field, which is what he has got here. Just looking around, we've got a long leg, and that is the only man on the boundary. Everybody else is up either catching or saving one. So you're trying to force the batsman to play a shot that he shouldn't play, and it's old-fashioned cricket in many ways, and I applaud it. As it might cost him a couple of boundaries, but if he bowls properly, he's going to naturally put pressure on. And there's an example of that, that there is a man at square leg, there is a man at short mid-wicket. So that leg stump ball, you've got to hit it either well behind or well in front of square if you're going to get a run. Yeah. And if you bowl wicket to wicket, which Potgieter's doing, and you're just asking the question all the time of the batter. You miss, I hit.
It's that simple, consistent, boring cricket.
Yep. The great Maurice Tate of Sussex in England used to run up the slope from the sea in Brighton, and when the tide was in, ball just used to nip around. But he always said, you miss, I hit, wicket to wicket, wicket to wicket. Maurice Tate went to Australia in 1928 with England, which was, of course, the tour before the Bodyline tour. And Morris, you couldn't imagine a more different new ball man than he and Harold Larwood. Harold Larwood bowled like the wind, and Morris was quick enough, but he was a classic English medium pacer. That's a bad ball. He's got away with it. Has he got a wicket? No. I think that was a little bit hopeful. A little bit hopeful. But anyway, in that series in 1928, as we watch that again, I don't think he got anywhere near that. A certain gentleman called Donald Bradman made his debut for Australia. Wow. And Morris Tate, I think, got him out in 4 of the tests. Sure. And when they saw Bradman again in England in 1930, they called him Tate's Bunny. and Bradman made them pay. End of the over, 117 for 2, 37 gone. It's a hot afternoon in Durban, and it's going to get hotter.
No change in the weather, Andy, no cloud in the sky. It's getting hotter and hotter. We can see that glare setting in from where we are right now as well. DP World Lions are going to have to put in a proper shift here.
Yeah, I admire the way they bowled in the morning session, because they bowled to a plan and they didn't allow the Dolphins to get away. They did miss an opportunity of taking the wicket of this man, Tshepang Dithole. Yeah. He nicked one between slip and wicketkeeper. And in the last penultimate over before lunch, he could have been caught at mid-wicket. Yeah. Don't think it carried. I wasn't on air at the time.
Just dropped short.
Right. But that was a full shot, and there weren't too many full shots around. So from a bowling perspective, you've got to stay disciplined. It's as simple as that. We've still got that scenario with 4 men out on the boundary, although on the leg side they're not on the boundary. They're all about 20 metres in, which may or may not be a good idea.
Being the bigger boundary, it looks like they're taking that.
That's
gamble.
right, yeah. But what you don't want is the ball going over your head.
Yeah.
Yeah, well done.
Slight change to the fielders in the ring though, Andy. Although he's got the 4 out, he's got his catching extra cover, he's got a catching mid-wicket, almost a double mid-wicket, and he's still got the slip in. So a little bit of defence, but he's got his attacking fielders in play as well.
That man has come very straight now at silly mid-on.
He's not allowing that easy one to long on.
Yeah. That's good batting from Bryce Parsons. I mentioned earlier it took a long time to get in. He's just starting to find his range now.
I really like this field by Port Saane. You've got that, it's that silly mid-on, it's that catching mid-on almost. He's right on the wicket next to the pitch that we're playing on. It's blocking Bryce Parsons, of course, at the non-striker's end, and blocks that one. Port Saane must have a decent level of skill to be able to execute well to a field like this, Andy.
Well, the mere fact that he's making his first-class debut at 19 tells you that somebody likes him. Now, that was, I think, an attempt to move that silly mid-on.
I think that's Bayer Swanepoel, that mid-on. Yeah. Oof, that's flown at him.
He put his hands on his hips and gave it the big stare afterwards. So end of the over. That's 3 overs for 8 from Port Saane. He's doing nothing wrong, and every ball he bowls will give him the experience that you are missing. But yeah, I mean, I can't imagine what it must be like to be 19 years old and then suddenly be told, "Oh, you're playing," and you've played SA under 19, so you've played on good grounds against good players, but suddenly you're playing with seniors, people that you've been accustomed to call sir.
Potgieter continues to Dithole, who drives. Looking at the Lions coaching staff, Alan Donald, Hashim Amla, Russell Domingo, for them to see that sort of ability and that potential in a youngster and then to back him. I mean, these are guys that would have been all around the world, and they must really see something in him.
I think in all sport, the greatest thing that you can have as a coach or a mentor is the ability to see talent. And I've known coaches at the highest level of sport who couldn't tell you who was the better in what position, or if he could bat 4 or should he be 5 or 6. That it wasn't something that they naturally did. They would hire people to do it for them. But the people who can spot talent, that's a good shot. That's 4 through point. And I would say that's probably his 4th boundary in that area in this innings.
As we watch the replay, and just a little bit of width on offer, and he just latches onto that and hits that to the long boundary for 4. That's been the mark of his innings, hasn't it, Andy?
He's waiting for it, isn't he?
He's been really patient on the good balls. Any width, he throws his hands at it and he gets them away. Slightly overpitched that time.
Yeah, but straight enough.
Looking at this field from Potgieter, he's also got the catches in front of square. He's got the catching mid-wicket. He's got the catching extra cover. He's got the gully in, but without a slip in, you would think there isn't too much lateral movement, and he's really got to be so consistent, just like that, at the stumps.
Yep, looking for the Yorker. Well defended by Dithole. I think the lunch break came at the right time for Tshepang.
Yeah.
He'd just come out of a bad period, hit a couple of boundaries. Now it's time to just re-energise, get back out there and take a fresh guard and try and go deep. And we mentioned that he's got 100 in his last game. So he knows how to do it. Oh, that's probably the best shot he's played. That is an absolutely gorgeous stroke.
Unbelievable cricket shot. So we just watch it on the replay. More width. Just leans on it, Andy, and slaps it square for 4.
He's got a good bat out there, isn't he?
It sounded absolutely crisp.
You wouldn't necessarily say that was a bad ball. Maybe just a little bit too short of a length. Dithole stood up tall and middled it. That's probably going down. It's well bowled. Looking again for the Yorker and slipped it underneath. I think the umpire agrees with me, that's missing leg.
Just a little bit straight to that time. He's teased him outside off stump and he's paid the price. Potgieter going for the jugular on that one.
It's a good start to the afternoon session for the Dolphins. They were 109 for 2 at lunch. So they've put on 20 runs in the space of 4 overs. Potsani will continue. Young man born and raised in Alex in Joburg and was spotted. Captained the Alex under 13s to a club championship, and then was sent off to Jeppe. The Cubs week in 2023, he was the leading wicket taker for Gauteng, and now he gets his chance at first class level.
Absolutely incredible, Andy. A boy with a dream, captaining that Alex under 13 team to that championship. To get the opportunity to go to a proper traditional boys' school, and then to represent your country.
Well fielded. Looks like he's done himself a mischief.
He's just holding his shoulder.
You don't want to be diving on the square. At Marisburg College they call it the Devil's Table during the rugby season down at Goldstones. You don't want to be tackled on the square.
Famous Goldstones.
Now that's the first time he's dropped short. He's got insurance out there, so it's only a single. End of the over. So just 3 runs off the over. 132 for 2. I think if they could nick one out here, the Lions would be back in the game and be able to just put a bit more pressure on the batter. I think you can see the thinking of Dom Hendricks is that he wants Potsani to try and tie down one end and rotate his quicker bowlers from the Umgani end.
Porkita will be a man that he uses as well to come in and bowl a spell in between the fast bowlers. Just out of shot. Our viewers wouldn't have seen Andy, but Cody Yusuf is warming up again.
Ball. Yeah, Yusuf hasn't actually picked up a wicket, but probably been the pick of the bowlers. Or left.
Really good from Bryce Parsons. It's an uncharacteristic type of innings, but he's shown the ability to be patient, to leave the ball when it's not in an area that he can score. He's light on his feet. We see him hopping around there. He looks like he's in it for the long haul.
Got runs against Western Province. Batted really well in the run chase. Got an excellent 63 that almost took the Hollywoodbets Dolphins home.
Yeah. There's been lots of communication between the bowler and the fielders at mid-on, mid-off from the DP World Lions. Lots of information that's being shared. You'll see Dom Hendricks come up to the bowler from time to time, and Swanepoel, who's at mid-on and really working hard on that ball. She's having a little chat with Porkita every ball. It's really good to see that communication between the fielders. In a situation like this, with the batters on top, you might drift a bit, you might fall off to sleep. So it's so important that you get together, you communicate well, you keep each other awake.
Got a lot of that, but it's such a big boundary that there's time for the fielder down there to catch up. So it's 2 and not 4. The great Mike Bechet posted something on Facebook this morning along the lines of what you're talking about. Teamwork is what you're talking about, and he liked the quote: "A lone wolf starves, the team can eat."
Very true. From a man with arguably the most experience at a schoolboy level, Andy, across sports.
Besh, extraordinary man, yes. Hockey and cricket, a man who really put Jonty Rhodes on the map, and he's still doing it. I commentated with him earlier this year on a hockey match at St Charles. I had to drag him off the field. He was umpiring in one of the age group games. I dragged him off the field and said, "Come on, Besh, give me the benefit of your experience." And he was brilliant, I must say. And he's now. He does a little bit of work for Marisburg College, but he's independent, and he is available for one-on-one coaching. So if you want to be coached by the best, get hold of him, Michael Bechet.
When do you think he'll stop?
When they put him 6 feet under, and not before.
So we have that change in bowling, Andy. Cody Yusuf, who was warming up in the last over, is back on. He will replace Potsane from the old Fort End.
I wonder whether they'll swing Potsane around or whether they'll just keep him on ice for a little while. He did nothing wrong, but you don't want to throw him to the wolves. Good shot. Oh, he's dropped. I was looking to the boundary there, and actually it was in the air. There we are. Was that Seletswani there?
Oh wow, he wasn't expecting that, and the short ball really dug in, and you'd expect Dithole to hit that over point. It's got a little bit too much of that, and it's hit that extra cover fielder, and he's just put it down.
So that's a second chance in the innings. Dropped on 76.
Both chances coming off Cody Yusuf.
Single this time. There is a deep backward. Partnership now with 79. Coming together at the fall of Slade from Sturden. The score was 57 for 2.
Dithole just tucks that away off his hips. I can imagine the frustration of Cody Yusuf.
Comes with the territory, I'm afraid. if you're a bowler, and particularly a bowler with a bit of pace, you're going to get opportunities, and they don't all get taken. It's a slippery bouncer.
We've seen that time and time again from Cody Yusuf. He is bowling with the fine leg out as well as the deep square, with the batters heading towards the long boundary. Both of them being left-handed, of course. Just off the legs again, and comfortable single to end the over. 138 for 2. That run rate achieved 3.3 runs and over, Andy, steadily declining as the Lions get back into the game.
Yeah, but I think there will come a time, not long from now, when the ball will be not doing very much, and the bowlers will be an hour or maybe an hour and a half after lunch, feeling a little bit jaded, when opportunities to score will come. But I think we always must remember it's a 4-day game. There is much more time than you think. And 3.5 and over used to be, when I was growing up, that was a fairly average scoring rate in first class cricket. It was the Australian sides of the 80s and 90s that they actually, Cricket Australia sat down and had a marketing conference, and they said, right, we need to attract more people to the game, we need to score quicker. And it was communicated to the national coaching team and to the players, and they took the opportunity, and they were almost the first team in history to score at more than 4 and over in Test cricket. And it turned out that was the way to go. And now, I mean, how many times you watch a Test match these days?
Yeah.
And somebody faces a maiden over, and the next over they feel the need to score.
Yeah.
That didn't used to happen.
It's moved from the Australian team setting the pace at 4 runs and over to Bazball.
That's it. And I know lots of people are very critical of Bazball, and there's lots that you can be critical about, but I don't think there's any question at all that it has improved the game for the non-committed. Low full toss. He's looking for that Yorker on a regular basis now, and I'm not suggesting at all that Bazball isn't proper cricket, but what it does produce is ridiculous results. You shouldn't be able to chase 500 to win a Test match.
The most recent series against, England against India in England was absolutely phenomenal.
It was cracking cricket, wasn't it? Absolutely. And I think the thing about Bazball is that there's room for anybody. So who's that little left-hander who opens the batting for England?
Duckett.
When I watch Duckett bat, fielded, the first thing that I think is, how could I improve it? Because his technique is certainly not good enough to be an opening batter at any level of the game, and yet sort of every third Test match he goes out and smashes an 80 or 100, and you have to sit back and say, well, that's what he's in the team for. Now, if you compare Duckett's technique to Ben Stokes is a proper player. He achieves amazing stuff, but if you break him down He's a proper player. That's a good shot. He's eased it nicely to the left of mid-on.
As we watch the replay, Potgieter has gotten straighter and straighter. Excellent balance, and Parsons just pierces the gap and hits that for 4.
I'm going to leave you. The VVJ will come and sit.
VVJ, welcome back.
Thanks, Baxi.
Dolphins 142 for 2. Dithole and Bryce Parsons going on their merry way. What's your thoughts?
Catches win matches, eh? As they say. Just seems after lunch that the Lions just let it slip. All that hard work just before lunch. Do you feel that Sapamla or Cody should have started straight after lunch instead of Potgieter? A couple of no balls, a few boundaries. Just let all that good work just disappear. And then missing an opportunity at cover for a catch. That's what you don't want, especially fielding first. Got to take your half chances.
Looks a really good wicket, VVJ, and when you get those chances, you've certainly got to take them. Both chances have come off Cody Yusuf. He's still wicketless.
Feel sorry for the poor guy.
Some proper toil out here now. Potgieter has probably been the guy that they would have wanted him to contain the run scoring, 1-2 runs and over. Just continue to build pressure whilst they look to strike at the other end. It's been a little bit disappointing in that spell after lunch. A little bit of width outside off stump, and Dithole has put him away. And then just clipped off the legs in that last over. Probably hasn't achieved what was intended.
It's almost the last 2 overs of his, it's just been either side of the wicket. Just not consistent. Getting the ball through to the keeper or making the better play.
Cody Yusuf really bending his back here, it's from where we're sitting in the commentary box. You can see that effort, but you can hear it as well.
He's nearing the end of his 12th over. He has brought it back quite nicely. Didn't start as he wanted to, but he's been good. He's been good for the Lions. Himself and Swanepoel, they've put the pressure back on the Dolphins before lunch. Just need someone to bowl with him.
It's really digging the ball into the wicket. It's a proper fight happening out here, Honest. You would have been in a few of these yourself.
That is very true. Been in a few where if you drop your catches, you feel for 2 days. Yeah, it's not fun. Then again, in saying that, the Dolphins batters still have to do the job.
Oh. Just wider of the wicket that time, and it's turned him square.
What an extra bounce there. Very good. End of the 44th over. Hollywoodbets Dolphins are 142 for 2. Dithole on 78 and Parsons on 34.
Just seeing in shot there, Dithole looking down at the wicket, and having a little chat to Parsons. Maybe that one has misbehaved a little bit. Looks a good wicket though.
Wonder Boy and his ground staff have done a very good job here. As we see a change of them going the end. Just want to pull back into the attack. It's lovely to see Kingsmead full of bounce, carry. Played in games down here where the ball doesn't even reach knee height sometimes. So it's good. It's a good cricket wicket. Good in for the bowlers and a lot of value as a batter.
Pull over the wicket. He's looking to take the ball across Parsons. He's got the gully in position. Vonnie, who looks really close. He's got the catching extra cover and catching mid wicket as well. What do you think the plan is?
I'd probably say bowl as straight as possible. Don't give any width. Sliding down the leg side a little bit. Ball negotiated by Parsons. Yeah, it would be to off stump, middle and off stump, and just let the batter hit up the ground. Obviously, don't want to give them too much width. There's nobody patrolling the boundary ropes anyway, except for fine leg. You want to be as tight as possible. Try and accumulate those dots again. Put the batting side under a bit of pressure. Must be a tactic they've spoken about in the change room about bowling quite straight to both of these players.
I think we've seen it, Vonnie, throughout the innings with both Parsons and Dithole. Anytime they've been given a little bit of width, they've really cashed in on it.
It's also just a testament to how good the wicket is, that you can play through the line of the ball. Oh. Lucky not to get that onto his stumps.
Let's try to force that, Dithole. Got away with it. And it's important for Dithole to stick to what's worked for him here, Vonnie. Is there a need to force it right now? Probably not.
No, not at all. It's just your first session back after lunch. You've got an hour and 10 or hour and 15, and then it's drinks. No shot played. Yeah, you've got to call it an hour 5, hour 10 till drinks. You don't need to do anything stupid. You're going at 3.2 and over. You're getting enough bad balls. The bowling side is allowed to bowl well. And you've done all the hard work now. You don't have to throw it away by trying to be expensive or doing something outside your game plan.
It's the end of the over, 145 for 2. 45 overs into the innings.
35 overs till the new ball.
Momentum with the Dolphins for the time being.
I know it's a cliche, but your catches win matches, and how costly that drop catch at cover might be.
I was actually in a team debrief yesterday, at the end of a festival at a schoolboy level, and the coach said exactly the same thing. He said, boys, back when I was growing up, we were told catches win matches.
It's so true as well.
You could tell there were a few catches that went down yesterday as well.
We know what they're doing for practice tomorrow.
Don't bring your kit, Bonnie.
Bring your running shoes and your hands, and that's it. It's a lost art with a lot of the youngsters. I was watching my kids also playing in a festival. Fielding not the greatest. I almost feel like it's a lost art, especially with the younger generation. Seeing a lot of 6s and 4s being hit. T20s and World Cups. We spoke about it at lunch. Wouldn't you love to see a few thousand kids watching a bit of this, even if it's for an hour or two? Getting to learn watching the pros do it. Seeing that it's not all glitz and glamour. It's also in the field for 45 overs. Toiling. Great shot.
He's got the man up, but he's controlled that well. Just the one. I think you're spot on there, Bonnie. It would be awesome to get the schoolboys down here, primary schools, high schools alike. Just get them down to the stadium, get them watching 4-day cricket. Let them see what it's like to build an innings. Let them see what it's like to toil, to bowl in partnerships. Throw yourself around when it's 35 degrees and there's nothing happening for you. How do you find a way?
I think we need to chat to a few headmasters.
A few days of school.
100% I agree with you.
I think this is why it's so important that the Proteas have gone on and they're champions of the world. They've won the Mace. They've had the tours around the different stadiums. Just a couple of weeks ago they were here at Kingsmead. And I just asked the question, what would it do for kids wanting to play the longer format of the game?
Back in the day you used to watch any type of cricket at the stadium. Now you hardly see anybody around. It'd be lovely to see, especially the younger generation, even if it's only for an hour or two. I'm sure they'd appreciate it. They'd see how hard it is. Lots of sun, no trees, no shade, no wind.
Good for the players as well to see and feel that support.
100%.
It's the end of the over, 148 for 2. Bonnie, you would have played all three formats. What was your favorite? And why?
So I got a two-part answer to that. In the beginning, I started off with 45 over cricket, which is now 50 over cricket, and T20, white ball stuff. Always being labelled as one of those white ball players. But funnily enough, to be honest with you, my outright answer would be 4-day cricket. It was just, obviously, after knowing my game and finding out, spending time in the middle, scoring a lot of runs, it's enjoyable. There was no restriction of like when you 50 overs and you finished.
Yeah.
So you could just bat and bat and bat, and the last 5-6 years of my career, I really, looking back in hindsight as well, I wish I started my 4-day career like I ended it. I think I would have scored a hell of a lot more runs, but it is what it is, and I must be honest with you, this is the purest form of the game. Oh, what bowled. How has that missed everything? Bowler can't believe it, batter can't believe it. Wicketkeeper can't believe it.
Oh.
See another shade of varnish there.
Parsons standing there with his hand on his head. He thought that should have castled him. Swanepoel unsure. Esterhuizen, hands on his knees.
So with that boundary, it was also the 150 up for the Dolphins for 46.2 overs. Now just going back to your question, Buxy, this is the purest form. You get tested throughout, mentally, physically, emotionally. It's just something. If you play a 4-day game, it's something where you go through all of those emotions, not just one day. You might go through all of them in half a day. Swanepoel just straying onto the pads in the air for a little bit. Just wide of that catching mid wicket. Valiant effort though.
Parsons has been good there, hasn't he? He's played straight when he's needed to. And every time the Lions bowlers have just gone a little bit too straight, he's picked them off.
Yeah, a testament to his balance and his head position. He's been solid there. Question back. So do you think the Lions are going to rue the chance of maybe having not having an off spinner or another spinner in their ranks?
Quite possibly, Bonnie. Putsani, who has bowled a little bit, we've seen him a bit and we've been very impressed. But as a youngster making his debut, just how much does he bowl? Just how much can you trust him? If the wicket starts to go a little bit, second innings, are you going to have that trust in him to clean up for you? Or is there someone in the team that would be able to support in that role?
I might have a few part-timers, but I don't really know. I know Dom Hendricks used to bowl a bit of filthy off-spin. But I don't know if he's still bowling now. Just looking around the field, I don't really see anybody that could maybe bowl 10 or 15 overs of normal people would call it dirty off spin.
Dithole just trying to force that one again. He's heading to the short boundary. Field is up as well, so if he gets that through, it's going for 4, but is it a risk worth taking?
I took the words out of my mouth. It's honestly just high risk cricket. Cody Youssef is bowling so well outside that off stump. There's no harm in letting it go by. You will get something to pick off eventually. It only has to bounce or move a little bit, or your head to move a little bit for you to play the wrong line of the ball, and you're walking to the change room.
Dithole has just got to start again, ball by ball. As you've said, BBJ, the most important thing is just operating in the present. I think time will tell, Bonnie, to answer your question. Are they able to do the job? Good fielding. Are they able to do the job with just the one spinner and a youngster in that?
That brings up the 100 partnership as well between these two guys.
We hear the applause from the Hollywoodbets Dolphins change room.
Dithole 48 of those and Parsons 41, coming off 201 balls.
Just over 2 hours of investment for them.
But even if you look at that single, it's high risk. Scampering for one in a 4-day game. There's no need to do that. You've got, like I said earlier, you've literally got two days to bat it. You want the Lions in the field for as much as possible. You want to try and bat once and then put all the pressure onto them.
Would serve the Dolphins to get to a place where they've batted 2 sessions. If there is a thought of increasing that momentum or taking momentum with you, then for that to come in that graveyard shift, so to speak, Wally.
Their first port of call now is to get enough batting points in the first 100 overs. Try and maximise that as much as we can, which means obviously not losing a lot of wickets. Which means you're not giving the Lions any bowling points. And then with that investing, you also setting up a big foundation where you 250, 280 leading into day 2. Where another 200 runs on here might mean you only bowl or you only bat once.
Yusuf just having a look from around the wicket, or over the wicket. So Parsons. That brings the end of the over. 159 for 2, 48 gone. Alan Donald has been busy, Vaughnie. He's been walking around the field.
How nice is that to have a bowling coach of that caliber, checking what your plans are, what you're doing on the field is right or wrong, giving you that advice.
A little bit of an inside edge there. Did see, but yeah, just incredible, absolutely incredible. He's been walking around the field, he's been carrying drinks, he's been giving advice, it must be phenomenal just to have a presence like that.
And I totally agree with you. And he's catching a few rays now as well.
Shot.
Great shot.
Only the on drive. Lots of talk about the on drive being one of the most difficult shots to play from a balance perspective.
It is the hardest shot to play. If you see somebody playing that well and consistently, you know they're in good form. Their balance is good. Their head's in a good position, and those hands are coming through nice and straight. This is what the Lions did nicely before lunch, building that pressure up, bowling to their field. Just almost seem like they need to bowl in partnerships now to get that back. Maybe one of these batters make a mistake, false shot.
That's correct, Ronnie. I agree. They have been guilty of just throwing in the odd 4 ball here and there, which the Dolphins have pounced on. Got to get back to a place like where they were before lunch, where they dotted it up, they built pressure. They didn't give anything away. They didn't get wickets, but they also didn't give anything away. The Lions bowlers haven't been shy to throw in the odd Yorker here and there.
Just trying to keep the batters on their toes. Oh.
Swanepoel, that body language suggests that was a catch.
Go to drinks.
That takes us to drinks. Maiden over, 159 for 2 or 49. Dolphins in a commanding position, Bonnie.
Now they've just got to keep going.
Welcome back. Drinks leaving the field. And the Dolphins winning the toss, choosing to bat first this morning. 159 for 2. They lost a wicket without a run on the board. That was Ramashan Pillay, LBW to Swanepoel without scoring. And then a partnership of 57 for the second wicket between Slade van Staden and Tshepang Dithole before van Staden left the crease, caught it slip by Josh Richards off the bowling of Delano Porchita for 19. Since then, this partnership now worth 102 between Bryce Parsons, the man facing at the moment, and Tshepang Dithole. Parsons spent a long time establishing himself at the crease, but is now playing very well. 42 not out, and without wishing to put the mockers on Tshepang Dithole, he's 17 runs short of a second successive century in a match. I'm sure you did that lots of times, Vaughan.
A few times. Wouldn't say a lot.
Edged and gone. What a good catch that is. Low down at slip, and off he goes. Dom Hendricks, the captain, leading the way. They have put down a couple of chances, but watch this.
again. Lions do certainly have a plan. There's no one standing at point or covering the point boundary. Got 2 catches on the leg side. Straight to mid wicket and normal catching mid wicket. It's almost a silly mid on.
Yeah, absolutely. With a genuine mid on behind it. Yeah, I'm not sure about that genuine mid on. It's Dom Hendricks himself, the skipper. If you've got a silly mid on, I would say you've got to either be back or you've got to be a bit wider.
I'd even move that silly mid on closer to the pitch and then have Dom in between both of them.
Yeah, I like that.
Catching cover comes in.
Well,
and then the cover drive disappears.
Good over this, keeping the new man honest.
Swanepoel's been very good today. Good feeling.
It's a free run normally, and there's a man there to stop it. Batters hate that.
Leg stump half volley, and you've patted it well. You've hit it in a direction where you're normally getting 2, you're now getting nothing.
It's a 5-4 onside field, which almost an off-spinner's field. Don't often see a seamer bowling to this. There's that man, it's silly mid on. So obviously you're quite right, they must have had a specific plan for Kaya Zondo, and it worked. Because that's a maiden over.
This is a maiden over, it's the 5th one of the day for Swanepoel.
It's a funny thing when you're in a situation in a game with 160 for, what was it? It was 157 for 2 at the drinks break, and they snuck a wicket afterwards. And instead of looking down the barrel of 400 for 4 at the end of the day, now they'll be thinking to themselves, if we just keep dedicating ourselves, there's going to be a wicket falling here and there. We're still in the game.
100%.
Good shot. 4 runs. That's been his area today.
Too much width. Almost a freebie. Let the hands go and just all you need to do is make a connection with the ball.
And Dithole quite clearly is waiting on the wide ball. He's missed very few of them. There's a little nick down to 3rd man for 4. Cody, Tshepang has been unlucky there. It's a genuine edge. So it hasn't been a blemish-free innings from Dithole, but what he's done really well is he's hit the bad ball. And he's obviously got the mental fortitude to not let the odd full stroke deter him. And that little nick through the slips takes him into the nervous 90s. just checking fixtures, Vaughan. It would appear this is the only game being played, 4-day game in this during these dates. There's a whole bunch of games next week.
Yes.
Going to strengthen the slip cordon, taking that man out of catching in front of square on the onside and putting him into second slip. Did I dream it, or did that ball just swing a little bit?
There's a bit of reverse swing.
Well, this is the time, isn't it? After the 50th over, that's when, if you've worked properly on the ball, you've got a chance.
There's about 4 Lions players that have vigorously rubbed that ball, so they should be getting some movement from it now, with it being so weighed down.
Oh, good shot.
Great shot.
Way just waited for that and put the bat in the way of the ball. Beautifully done.
Nice and full, just leant on that. Found the gap. With 5 to go.
There's that little bit of reverse. So, the Lions are not out of this now. If the ball is reversing, they've got themselves a chance. Good over that from Tshepang. And I say that despite the fact that he was driven for 3 boundaries, one of which was a nick. .172 for 3, 52 gone. Swanepoel will continue. And maybe those 2 men catching on the onside are a result of the bowlers realising that the ball's just starting to reverse now. Starts with the tempter outside off stump. Nobody on the boundary on the offside. We've got a gully, short extra cover, and mid off.
I do feel, Andy, that he's going to do him a double bluff. Going to go wide, and then straight at the stumps. Hoping that maybe Zondo falls over. There are 2 catches on the leg side. That would be the plan, I think.
Fielded. Oh. That's save 4. Now you might hear some drilling in the background on our microphone. I think that is the foundations being laid for the new LED floodlights.
That's going to be exciting.
They will be ready for use by the end of next month. And that's an initiative of the ICC have also put in the new scoreboard ahead of next year's, or rather the 2027 World Cup. Any idea what's happened to the old ones?
I have not, yeah. I'm sure they would be spread around to maybe venues that don't have.
Well, what they ought to be doing, I would suggest, is being sent up the N3 to the Tuskers. Because Tuskers have got lights, but they can't use them for playing.
No.
So if they were to take these old lights up there, they'd be able to have day-night games in Pietermaritzburg.
That would be lovely for them.
Fielded.
Sure, if the LED lights are well, sort of been sponsored or given to the Dolphins via ICC, then surely they could. It would just be good for cricket all around.
Yeah, I think so.
Having good lighting, having them play under lights would be lovely.
The new LED lights here, be interested to see what they look like when they're fully installed. But of course, the most important thing about LED is that they don't drain anything like as much power out of the grid as conventional lights. You don't have to spend half an hour warming them up and bringing them up to lux before they take effect. You turn on an LED light and it's on. Good period this for the Lions in the field. They've picked up the wicket. Tshepang's getting some reverse.
Oh.
And again. And that's a man on 95 not out. He's been totally flummoxed by that delivery. And it's not just that he's getting the reverse, but he's bouncing as well.
Is he in the right area?
Contest this now. There's no question that Dithole will just have a little bit of nervous tension about him. He recognises the fact that the ball has started to move and that he doesn't need to do anything silly to get to his 3 figures. But there's always that little man on your shoulder just whispering in your ear, "Hit it." That bounce again. He's having to get up on his toes to play that.
Very well played in the end. We punched it down to fine leg.
He's one good hit short of 100 now. As Zondo takes strike now. Interested to see what field they set for Zondo here. Looks like a normal 6-3.
Normal conventional field.
2 slips gully, 3 men in the ring, mid on, mid wicket, long leg. Good
Great shot.
Fielding captains hate that when the right-left combo keeps taking singles. There'll always be somebody in the field who won't notice. Whatever level of the game you play.
There's always somebody staring at the clouds.
Yeah, that's right.
Or the trees.
remember playing in a club game where two batters had got in, and one of them was a bit of a hitter, a lot of bottom hand, and the other one was correct. And I had to keep explaining to my man at mid-on, when the hitter's on strike, you're going to move 5 back and to your right, because he's going to hit you there, whereas the other guy is going to hit you straight. and it was like every ball that they took a single, I had to remind him. Bold.
We all have that one friend. We all have that one friend. Very good over from Tshepang.
He's done well, hasn't he? Because I don't think he was at his best this morning. He's come back with a little bit of reverse. He's running in. He's finding a bit of bounce. He's finding some movement.
We see a change at Gainey end.
We've got spin.
We've got the debutant again. Always good to see.
Played in the Under-19 World Cup last year. This is Sipho Potsane. -19-year-old. He's had a go from both ends. I would feel that this was his better end, but as you say, Kesh tends to bowl from the other end.
But in saying that, his first spell from the Gainey end, he got a lot of bounce and a lot of turn, especially through that the footmarks and that little bit of rough on the what was outside the left-handers off stump.
There's that little bit of drift that we were talking about. A gift from the gods. Oh, very nearly hit it straight back to him. Oh.
Dive, youngster. It's your first wicket.
Yep.
Oh, so good.
With Zondo lunging like that, you might want to have a man in at silly point.
He is new at the crease. He's only on 2. He's faced 19 balls. I'll definitely be putting somebody under his nose. Take that lunge away.
Oh, he's nearly got that one. So that's 2. You can't call them even half chances, but 2 balls where the batter has lifted a ball that he doesn't want to lift. That speaks volumes of this youngster's use of flight.
It's lovely control.
He's got something, hasn't he? I like his balance, the way he moves.
It's almost like a young Nicky Boyet.
It's quicker and shorter, and that's a bad ball. That's probably the first genuine bad ball he's bowled. Zondo takes full toll. It's a shame because it was the last ball of what had been a very good over and could easily have picked up a wicket. So 178 for 3 now, the Dolphins.
I still agree with you, Andy. There's something there. It looks. Obviously, we'll learn. In the 4-day game, you don't have to get quicker and shorter or try and bowl quicker. So you keep hitting the same spot over and over again.
The great Derek Underwood, who bowled slow left arm for England for 15 years, used to base his game. He used to talk about develop a stock ball and say they won't score off that. And that's perhaps something that's gone away from the game because of the amount of one-day cricket we play.
But also interesting you say that. How nice would it be for Potsane to watch Keshav bowl in the same situation?
Yeah.
You'll learn some valuable lessons.
outfield. He was looking for his 100 there. He's really annoyed he's missed out on that, because we've spoken about how he's looking for the wide ball. He got one, thrashed it straight at Seletswane.
It would even be better if we take the fine leg out, put him in catching in front of square, and bring your sort of cover to extra cover, and your middle for a little bit straighter, just to see what you'd do.
In the air and safe and
it's
four,
four.
and that is his 100. Second 100 in successive matches for Tshepang Dithole. He got one in Paarl last weekend, and he's got another one here off 176 balls with 18 boundaries. Just goes to show how well he scored against the bad ball.
That's a very good knock. As I used to say in the olden days, you're only halfway there now. So carry on, carry his bat all the way through to the end of the day. But you're right, he's pounced on every bad ball. He's found the gap, which is good.
He's maintained his pace. He got his 50 off 86 balls with 9 fours, 100 off 176 balls with 18 fours. So he's batted at one pace. Gave a chance on 76 that should have been taken off Cody Yusuf. Dropped in the covers. Nicked one between wicketkeeper and first slip when he was still in the 40s. Oh, that's well taken. But I said early on in his innings that I'd never seen him play so fluently before, and well, maybe this is the start of great things for him.
It looks like he's got everything sorted. But just going back to that 4 that he hit for his 100. If the man was there catching, he would have been out.
Quite right. Oh my word!
Straight.
Oh, that's hurt him. That's hit him on the unpadded inside of the thigh. There'll be a lovely little bruise there in the morning.
Going to hurt.
Yeah, he's struggling, isn't he?
It almost looks like it's almost caught him in the inside of the knee.
That seems to have hurt him more than the one he got amidships before lunch. Yeah, he's struggling.
Looks like it's caught him in the inside of the knee.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
Those are the worst.
Just trying to find some feeling back. Old Sir Oh, that should be 4. Yep, just got enough bat on that. So, end of the over, 182 for 3, 186 for 3. 24 overs to the new ball. VVJ has left me, Zayn has come back in. And can you explain why is Tshepang Dithole suddenly in this rich vein of form? 100 last week, followed by a 60 in the run chase, and now 100 not out here.
Thank you for having me back, Andy. And like we spoke about, seems to be getting better with age. I'm sure it's a testament to all the hard work that he puts in behind the scenes. He would be coming off, now it's early season, so be coming off a real good off and pre-season, and then carrying all that hard work into the season.
So Potsani to continue. Vaughan and I were talking about, rather than a short extra, to get him in there at silly point to stop that lunge. A little bit too short, but there's insurance on the cover boundary. There isn't a flag anywhere around the ground. They've all disappeared, so I can't really tell you which direction the wind is coming from.
The breeze has picked up just a little bit.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah. Oh, I'm wondering whether he's bowling into a breeze or whether it's going straight across. And Dithole is still feeling the after effects of that smack on the knee from Luto Sapamla in the last over. He's not going to get on the old grey mare and come down the pitch.
Sapamla is making his way down to long on, so if he does come down, it would only be one. It's a nice shape through the air, isn't it?
Just I like the mechanics. First time I've seen him.
I like him at this end as well. A little bit of slow persistence. I did get a little bit of turn out of this just before lunch as well.
He moves the ball. He's got a bit of swerve, a bit of drift.
Really excited about that drift. We saw that early on, and it's just enough there. It hits the deck and then just jags back.
And he comes nicely over the top.
Most definitely. I think the plan here should be give Dithole the one. You've got the 3 men out on the leg side. Give him one and bowl to the right-hander.
Oh, reverse sweep and easily fielded.
He's got to 100 now, so maybe a little bit of a license.
Yeah. If I was his captain there and his coach, I'd be saying, this is your chance to play a proper big innings. An innings that somebody the next rung up the ladder of selection might look at.
The Dolphins have the Tuskers here at home next week, and we saw a couple of weeks or a week ago now, Mikey Erlang from the Tuskers brought up a 200 against the Dragons, and
That's right.
Dithole has got a really good opportunity here to do the same.
And there is absolutely no hurry. That's the point. We are halfway through the first day of 4, and the weather looks set fair, particularly at the weekend. 28 degrees, definitely no rain.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be a problem with the light. So from a batting perspective, what you want to do winning the toss and choosing the bat is you want to bat once.
Yeah.
Or if you're going to bat twice, you want to be chasing 100 or something.
Yeah.
So it seems churlish to say it, but 400 is not enough.
No. It's a good wicket. And I'm sure the Dolphins are thinking along the same lines. We've got to bat once. We've got ourselves into a really good position here. We've got a set batter in as well, who's in good form. If you were Quinton Friend right now, Andy, what would your thought process be? How far do you bat until, considering that you don't lose all your wickets?
Well, yeah, absolutely. Well, I would say that base camp would be you want to still be batting at lunch tomorrow.
Okay.
So you're going to say 4 sessions, and if you're still batting at lunch tomorrow, there's a good chance you're well past 400. And after that, I would really say that 400 is an average score, and you're looking for 550 before you even consider declaring.
Sure.
if you declare at all. Now, all of that is conjecture based upon the fact that somebody gets in and plays the big knock, and we're talking about that man being Dithole. But there's good batting to come, and Zondo is in reasonable form as well.
Yeah.
And if they're still there at tea, that you drill into them. But you start playing hour by hour.
We spoke earlier about the youngsters in the Dolphins team and how they've lost a little bit of experience with John Smuts not playing the longer format and SJ Arvia.
Has JJ actually retired from 4-day? Or just not being selected?
I'm not sure, but we know that he hasn't played over the last couple of matches, and with that inexperience, right now at the crease, we've got two of the more experienced guys at the crease. So I think they'd be thinking along the same lines as you. We've got to bat as long as possible and then really, really make a game of it.
Ball must have stayed down a little bit. Zondo trying to cart it through point.
I think as well, Andy, if these two bat on, which would definitely be the plan. They bat on. They bat to lunch tomorrow. They've got that score of around about 500, and whether they all out or whether they choose to declare, the seamers in the Lions team have operated both over and around the wicket. So if we're thinking to day 4, and there should be a little bit of spin on offer for Kesh. There should be a bit of rough. We've got Bryce Parsons, who's also offering some good spin as well, and you would think then that the Dolphins would be in the pound seats.
I was just watching Dom Hendricks warming up at first slip there. I wonder whether he fancies an over of off spin and see what happens.
VVJ did speak about that a little bit earlier.
He's marking out his run-up. Yeah. He's going to bowl the next over from that end after Sir Pamela's spell. So it looks like we might have spin at both ends.
Spin at both ends and a crack of Cody Yusuf again before tea. Down the wicket.
Out! Oh my word, the young man has done it. That's his first wicket in first class cricket, and he's done it. He's got the Centurion out just as we were talking about that big score. He's given it away as Tshepang Dithole, but we shouldn't be overcritical. Good catch, well bowled.
See it on the replay, comes down the wicket. He hasn't got all of it. It's an excellent catch. At mid-off, Tshepang Dithole. So we see him walking off there, 104 for 185 balls. He's batted for 261 minutes, Andy. It's proper investment, 19 fours. Some incredible shots in there. An incredible innings as he makes his way off.
I can't help thinking that won't be the last first-class wicket that Sipho Potsane takes. And, he can put that one in his locker now.
It's definitely one of many, and he seems to have all the attributes to go on and make a real career of this. As we see Hanu Fulyun, number 17 on his back, making his way out to the crease. In his second season at the Dolphins, had a fantastic finish to the season last season, and
particularly in the one-day games, wasn't
yes,
he? He was the man who got crucial runs.
100%. Know a little bit about him. Excellent character, hard worker, someone that has a growth mindset, loves to learn.
I got to commentate with him last season. He did some work on the Clifton T20 series.
Awesome.
That was the first time I've met him. Very personable young man. He's come up from the Garden Route Badgers. Obviously mainly a wicket keeper, but a very competent batter. And there you go. 20 matches of first-class cricket with 300s and 450s. He's averaging 53.8. I wasn't aware of those figures at all. That's extraordinary.
Highly competent. One of those old school type cricketers that loves to work hard at his game.
Now, for the first time, the Lions have got two right-handers to bowl at. And two men relatively fresh at the crease. And Potsane, after getting that first wicket, they might just try and strengthen the field a little bit. Yeah, so deep backward square is coming up to square leg. Ball looked as if it squatted a little bit after pitching.
One or two have definitely kept low. Amazing what a wicket or two brings, Andy. Just a little while ago we were talking about having four fielders out. And now we're looking at a field that everyone's around the bat.
Yeah, and there's a chink of light for the Lions. I mean,
Yeah.
we were blithely talking about 500, but first thing they've got to do is get 200. Well, that's a top over. Top over, and I'm going to record in my diary that I saw his first-class wicket, because I think he's going to take a few.
Spot on, top over. Lions well and truly back into the game now. Both men who were set, Bryce Parsons and Dithole, are now back in the hut. The ever experienced Kaya Zondo and Anu Viljoen at the crease.
Yep, and the Dolphins are going to have to start again.
You spoke about the verbals and the body language of the Lions players earlier on commentary with VVJ, Andy. We're really hearing the Lions players now, aren't we?
So the wicket means that Dom Hendricks is not coming into the attack. He's given the ball back to Sipamla. But yeah, I mean, I've been impressed by the Lions. That every time you start to write them off, they'll get a wicket. Something will happen, and you're hearing them talk.
Yeah. Earlier on commentary, we were just talking about the benefit of having Alan Donald walking around the field, talking to the bowlers, having a look at game plan and probably advising on strategy. Just below us, Andy, we've got Hashim Amla walking around the field. What does something like that do for the players in the Lions camp?
Well, all of them will have grown up watching him bat. Creating records that possibly will never be beaten. So, first of all, they know who he is. Secondly, the amount of experience that he brings to the scenario. He's, to an extent, anybody can get runs on the high felt on a true pitch. But there's a guy who's got double hundreds in India with men around the bat and people like Ashwin and Jadeja bowling at you, and that's what you don't learn at school or in domestic cricket in South Africa. Those kind of scenarios. It might not go for 4. It's going to be a long chase for Seletswani. Yeah, he will get there. They should turn for 3. Zondo gets into double figures. You know, in the 70s and 80s, the other thing was have you scored runs against the West Indies, particularly on a bumpy pitch in Barbados. And if you had that string to your bow, you know, people would just naturally say, "What would you like to drink, sir?"
You've been around, Andy. Have you watched much cricket in the Caribbean?
No, never been to the Caribbean. One on my bucket list. Oh, there's that reverse swing that we've been talking about. It's gone over the top of Midland leg. Give Hanu Filyun the benefit of the doubt. He's played it on length.
The Lions team getting into this properly. Lots of clapping, lots of banter, lots of encouragement for the bowlers.
Now, I was just about to say that with the ball reversing, surely that man at mid-wicket has got to come closer. Even stick a helmet on him. It's the end of the over, but that ball was hit in the air. A couple of bounces to the man at mid-wicket, and you'll see more of that because the ball has definitely got a tail on it now. So 190 for 4, 60 overs gone. That run rate is coming down and down. It's 3.2 now. Potsani to continue. Now, to my mind, he's at the stage of this spell now where you can just start giving him the field that he wants. And I would like to see a man around the corner there because that's a free run really with deep back to square instead of a man around the corner.
That man comes up now with a new batter on strike.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that deep backward square at all because I don't think Zondo's gonna get the broom out anytime soon.
Yeah. Might just be a case of they know that he's got that option. A very good square of the wicket is Kaya Zondo, and so they leave him out. It could be an option just to give him that one and bowl to the new batter. You've got your wish, someone right under the
There we
helmet.
go, there we go. Silly point.
It's almost on the pitch.
It's the old Tony Gregg position.
Nice and confident from Hanu Filyun.
But an easy one to miss time and hit it straight to mid-off, and we've just seen Tshepang Dithole getting out to exactly that kind of miscalculation.
Yeah.
Oh, good leave. It turned.
That's where that man comes into play. You've really got to back your defense with someone right under the helmet there.
Oh, too short, and he's got away with it.
Yeah.
Some fancy footwork from the man under the helmet.
He's not happy with the bowler right now. Just a little bit of doubt in the mind of the batter.
It's the young man Kaya Fakude who's under the helmet. Snuck away for a single. And that man now at square leg does go back. And the helmet disappears as well. Better. End of the over.
192 for 4. That rate steadily coming down.
What's happening here? Are they coming off for tea? Oh, is that an early tea? Goodness, I'm supposed to. I don't think I'm going to make it. It's an early tea.
So tell me, these Proteas, are they talented?
Yeah.
Fierce.
Yeah.
Dynamic. Yeah. Do they have the passion?
That is an outstanding catch.
Yeah.
Is ambition a part of this team?
Yeah.
Do they look unstoppable? So tell me, these Proteas, are they talented?
Yeah.
Fierce.
Yeah.
Dynamic. Yeah. Do they have the passion?
That is an outstanding catch.
Yeah.
Is ambition a part of this team?
Yeah.
Do they look unstoppable?
Welcome back to Hollywoodbets Kingsmead Stadium for the third and final session of the day. The Hollywoodbets Dolphins batting first, having won the toss. They're on 192 for 4 in 61 overs. At the crease, the ever-experienced Kaya Zondo, and the newcomer into his second season at the Dolphins, Anu Filyun. VVJ, after seeing a couple of sessions with the game sort of in the balance, I would say, after the wicket of Tshepang Dithole, what have you made of the first two sessions so far? And then also take us through to right at the end of the day, if you're in the Lions camp and if you're in the Dolphins camp, what would you be happy with from either perspective?
So just looking back at the last two sessions, Baxi, you look at a few opportunities missed from the fielding side. Some of the batters taking their opportunities. Dithole getting 100, and Parsons getting close to a 50. To be honest with you, if I'm in the Dolphins camp at the moment, I would be scratching my head, going to Dithole. You should still be batting. He was on 104 and then got out, unfortunately, through some good bowling, some pressure. But at the moment they're 192 for 4. There's 19 overs left until the new ball. I guarantee you the Lions probably will take the new ball just to get something out of the wicket right at the end of the day. With that in mind, they're 4 down. I'll probably be happy with about anything from 250 onwards. There are 37 overs left, so it's not too much to ask for. Even if, well, anything, actually, let's go 240 to 260, end of the day. As a coach or coaching staff, you would be happy with that. Obviously, if you had your batter still in, it could have been 280 to 320, which makes a hell of a lot of difference. For the Lions, they've toiled hard. Their bowlers, they've been doing a good job. Cody Yusuf, who's bowling now at the moment, has given his all into his 15th over now at the moment, and he's been relentless ever since coming back for his second spell. Swanepoel's bowled unbelievably well. Tshepang come back nicely. He has gone for a bit of tap, but he's looked to bowl a lot fuller than the other two, which you don't mind in a 4-day game. You're looking for an opportunity to get catches behind the stumps, or they've had a lot of overs now with catching mid-wickets and catching cover. So I think if I'm in the Lions camp at the moment, from Russell Domingo or Alan Donald as their bowling coach, just to grab another 3 wickets, maybe I'd even say 4, because you've got the new ball in your hand. I know Alan will probably be saying to them, we can bowl them out. So it's going to be an interesting last session. There is not a cloud in the sky, so it looks like we'll get the next sort of 2 hours in. And I do think they're looking to strike. The game's really in a balance now where if the Lions take the wickets, Dolphins aren't going to score too much, whereas the Dolphins need to sort of cement a partnership again, maybe of 50 plus, closer to 80 to 100, and just they need to just ground it out now. Unfortunately, they don't have anybody that was free flowing. Kaya is on 11 of 36 balls at the moment, so it really is now just a battle of the mental game. And I think in 2 hours I can tell you if I was right or wrong. I was stoned. Oh, sorry.
Looked a good shot.
I honestly thought that was stone dead from where we're sitting, behind the stumps.
Looked a really good shot. If we watch this, would we see a replay? Only thing, here we go. Here's a replay.
It's coming nice and tight. Oh,
In the back a bit.
I think the only thing that's saving him there is a bit of height.
Yeah.
See, the Lions have employed that catching Silly Maron and catching with wicket again. Urging the bowler to bowl a little bit straighter, especially to the new batter.
That's a good start by Cody Yusuf. Maiden over just after lunch. 192 for 4. Vorney, we saw just before the tea interval, the ball just sort of tailing a little bit. We're seeing a little bit of that now as well from Cody Yusuf.
I'm sure Alan Donald's showed them how to try and make the ball reverse. A few techniques or a few ways to do so. So we see Potsana coming from the Umgani end. Mates of mine phoned me from Joburg while we were sitting and having tea, saying that he's still a Jeppy boy. He's a matric.
Okay.
17, maybe turning 18. Plays for Jeppy Quandam.
Okay.
And in the coach's words, he is a legend of a kid.
Okay.
So he looks like a hard worker. His coach did say he just bowls and bowls and bowls, which is what you want to hear, especially as a spinner.
It's really good to hear, Vorney, and it's been really good to see as well. 8.1 overs, 1 for 19, but just the control that he's shown has been really impressive.
I think the most impressive thing, Baxi, though, is he is still in school. He's a matric. There's no nerves. He's getting on with his job. It's almost like he looks like he belongs. And like you say, for an 18-year-old kid, 17-year-old kid to have that control and that and knowing what he's doing, it's special.
I'm sure that's a testament to all the hard work that he's puts in, as your mate has mentioned to you in that tea interval morning. He just bowls and bowls and bowls, and I think you only get to a place like this with hard work. So kudos to the young man.
Right into the covers, and they're quite deep. It's almost a single every day of the week. Do you feel that they need to put a man under the lid for both of them? There's a lot of lunging happening at the moment. Almost, you don't want the Lions to take their foot off the pedal.
We've seen that drift throughout the day from Potsana. That's been really impressive to see. When he from the first ball that he's bowled, to see that drift in the air, and there's just a hint of assistance off the wicket as well. I agree with you, Vorney, that man under the helmet. We saw it just before the tea interval. And it probably, they probably put the guy in there and over before tea, just to see, would something happen, a little bit of pressure. But it definitely did put a little bit of pressure on Hanno Viljoen's defence there. We saw a ball where he actually wasn't too sure whether to defend it or not. He ended up leaving it, just missed the stumps. So I'm a fan of that. I think get someone in there under the helmet, put a little bit of pressure on them. It might also cause a loose shot, and then he holds out somewhere else in the field.
Just as a spinner, you're putting the notion in the batter's head of you actually can't get that much forward.
Yeah.
If you're going to overstride or look to try and defend, you're bringing that inside edge onto the pad. You're also then bringing the court behind, playing the wrong line, maybe getting bowled. Almost putting him in two minds on what to do and how to play. As we see Cody Yusuf bending his back a little bit.
He's used that bouncer to good effect today, has Cody Yusuf.
His direction has been unbelievable. At the batter the whole time. They do have a man at deep square. I don't think they'll be hooking and pulling at the moment.
Just chucks that away. Really enjoyed this from Cody Yusuf. He's looked to attack throughout. In every single spell that he's bowled, he's looked to attack, he's running and he's bowled quickly. We're looking at the situation of the game now in the field setting that our viewers wouldn't really be able to see. But he's got his gully in, he's got his first slip in, he's got that extra cover in a sort of catching-ish position, and then he's got the two catching mid-wickets as well. Like you said, he's got the deep square leg fielder out and the fine leg fielder out for that bumper as well. And if it's not a bumper, he's just zoning in on that stumps with a little bit of tail.
Almost wanting Kaya or Hanu just to lose balance. They pop it straight to one of those two. Or if they see a little bit of width, that they actually drive it straight to the catching cover. So it's a good plan. And I mean, he's executed it for nearly 14 overs. His first two overs were a little bit short, a bit wide, but he's brought it back very nicely. I mean, he's bowled 15.4 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 44. Probably the most unluckiest bowler today.
Yeah. With all that, he's still just running. I think for Kaya Zondo and Anu Filuni as well, they'll know the short ball plan is on. He is going upstairs once or twice an over, but then he is really tailing that ball back into the stumps as well. And we're in a situation where almost as a batter you'd have to pick one. Are you going to take that on? Are you going to take the short ball on or leave it and just focus on the one that's tailing back into the stumps, or do you take them in onto the short boundary?
I do feel that both of these guys could do or what might have watched Bryce Parsons play the short ball, where you're almost riding the bounce and just getting the ball onto the bat, sort of paddling it around the corner. Just something to think about, because it does play in your mind as a batter with the short ball and the short boundary. So you also don't want one of them to try and hook or pull out of frustration. Maybe keep the scoreboard ticking. I mean, the Lions bowlers are bowling well straight off the tee. It's now 3 overs and they've let out three runs, and that's it.
Yeah, spot on, Bonnie. You've mentioned that mental application, and the Dolphins are in that situation now where they have to be really disciplined within their game plan to make sure that they end off the day on a score that they would be happy with, and on a score that puts the Dolphins in a favourable position come tomorrow morning.
You're also saying at the end of the day, perhaps if we look at it, 15.5 overs and the new ball's coming.
Yeah.
So they've also got to keep the wickets in hand for that, because we don't know what the new ball is going to do or react, especially with the pitch being a little bit worn down. So a late cut for one. I think there's too many scoring options. If I was the bowling captain or maybe one of the management on the side of the field, just try and put someone under the lid or at catching mid wicket or something, just to see what the mindset is of the batter, see how you'll play that.
So Sipho Potsane has opted to have sweepers out to Kaya Zondo, so he's got the deep cover and he's got the deep square leg in as well. When Hanu Viljoen is on strike, he brings the field up and it's a cracking shot by Kaya Zondo. Just for one though, it hits that deep cover fielder that we've been speaking about. When Hanu Viljoen is on strike like now, the field comes up. Why do you think he spreads the field to Kaya? He's still early in his innings. When I say early in his innings, he's on 13. He's been around a while, 13 or 45, but he's not really taking the game away from you. Why do you think the spread field to Kaya and then the field up to Hanu? In saying that he drops one short, Hanu Viljoen, some fancy footwork, gets into a good position and pulls that through to the long boundary for 4. We watch the replay.
The 200 up for the Dolphins in the 64th over. Just to answer your question, Baxi, just thinking about it. Kaya's faced 44 balls. Hanu Viljoen's faced 25. I would be putting pressure on them. One's on 8, one's on 13. Put someone in their view. Just make it uncomfortable. Because this period now, for the next hour and 20 minutes, just before the end of the play, you need to put them under enough pressure to create chances. And if you're not going to do that, like we've just seen now, Hanu Viljoen off the back foot 1. Kaya 1 through the covers, then obviously drag down, pulled to the boundary for 4. It just becomes too easy. And you want to say to the youngster, you know what, we back you. Let's give you some people around the bat. Let's make a bit of noise. Let's get into the batter's face. You never know. You might just go bang bang, and next minute they 210 for 6.
See Cody Yusuf running into Kaya Zondo. His hip height and he's knocked that to square leg.
Deep square legs come up. Stop that single.
You think it's a bluff, Warnie, and he still bowls a short ball?
He's done it the whole day. I do think it is a bluff. Seeing if one of the batters will play a shot. But that's why we always say that 4-day cricket is like a chess game. And at the moment, the Lions aren't really playing. They're waiting for the Dolphins' next move. Instead of trying to be proactive and see what will happen. Potsane could come in and bowl with everyone around the bats, and he could get hit over his head twice or 3 times. But then at least you know. Then you can protect the youngster and go, okay, we'll give you protection, and then you just carry on bowling. So, I don't know, they just need to try something. Doesn't help, they just go through the motions for the next 30 overs or so, waiting for something to happen.
Or waiting for the new ball.
I've played in enough 4-day games. When you wait for that new ball, it sometimes just goes horribly wrong, and you've then chasing leather. You might go for the next 18 overs, you might go at 6 runs and over with that new ball because it just pings off the bat. You obviously have 1 or 2 more catches in, so there's a lot more gaps. So you almost want the Lions to try and, in a way, take the game forward. Throw a few people around the bat. Throw, like I say, that even with Cody's over now, throw the extra cover straight right in front of Kai's eyes. He's going to then think, hey, maybe I need to hit it square or on the offside. He might misjudge something. He might lose his wicket. And the same with the Dolphins. If you do get any bad balls, you need to take full advantage of it. So even taking a risk of, if he does bowl the bouncer, having a go because it's a short boundary, just to let the bowler know, you need to put someone down there so I can get my single, and then we can carry on from there. Because we've seen it in international cricket as well. When batters start getting into this mould, or it becomes purely defensive, you then give more opportunities than you should. And the same with the bowling side. If you don't take the bull by the horns, like they'd say, and make a few bold changes or try a few bold changes, you never know. And that's the beauty of this game. It's just who's willing to take that opportunity, the chance, be more aggressive. Yeah, sometimes it doesn't come off because you can always sit in the change room and go, we tried this, it didn't work, we'll go back to our normal stuff. You also don't want to sit, I mean, you're a coach of a school team as well, you also don't want to sit in the change room after the day's play and your kids or players are going, we should have tried this or we should have tried that. You want them to be proactive, you want them to learn on the field, you want them to think for themselves, basically.
I agree, Vonia. I think the Lions could be slightly more proactive just before that second new ball comes. If it works in their favour and they get the breakthrough, they've got a new batter at the crease with the new ball. That new batter is likely to be the debutant, Simal Pillay. If they persist, look to build the pressure, the Dolphins are really quite happy to absorb and just bat time. Then it might be a different situation at the end of the day. Interestingly now, after that 4 in the last over from Hanufulun in the last Sipho Kotsane over, they've put the deep square leg out now. Just a little bit of extra protection there for him, but I think it also allows him to bowl that arm ball that we've seen.
And a lot straighter as well.
Yeah, nice and straight, and then he's got a really good arm ball, so he just drops the length on it a little bit and fires that one in.
But as our viewers will see on the outer shot there, Mitchell van Buren standing at catching cover.
Oh, there he goes. He's gone a little bit quicker that time. Hanufulun again just opening up the front legs, allowing his hands to come through that ball, and hits that past the mid-on for 4.
He's picked that up very quickly. Half a pull shot through the gap. So what I was trying to say is you get Mitchell van Buren, you're standing at short cover, put a helmet on and just go and stand there. It's you're not moving anybody in the field, so he's still got protection wherever he needs. Just somebody's under their nose. Where, okay, what are you going to do now?
Yeah.
See, like even just a delivery like that, with someone under your nose, you're not going to defend it right underneath your eyes. You're either going to try and play that upright so it doesn't get to the fielder, or you're going to misjudge it. And then that's where Kesh and Prenelling get all their wickets from. That indecisive movement. Oh, great feat of. What a shot!
Excellent footwork from Hanufulun there. Just a little bit floated that time, Voni, and you see Hanufulun just advancing down the wicket as we see it on the replay. Full face of the bat, proper cricket.
It's a great cricket shot. But in saying that again, if the man's under his nose, he's not advancing. He'll be scared of getting run out or missing it, getting stumped. So you're literally now putting the ball in their court. Are you going to take that risk? Are you going to try and advance or try and get a boundary where you normally would, but now you wouldn't?
It's all about putting that doubt in the batter's mind, really.
As we see a change, looks like Potgieter is coming back into the attack at the old Fort Road end.
Potgieter into his 12th over. Warnie's 11 overs, none for, or 1 for 46 with just the 3 maidens. He's bowled the bulk of that from the Umgeni end.
His second spell wasn't the ideal start to the second session. He's brought his length in a little bit and put closer to that off stump. The second spell was there were a lot of wide ones, a lot of short ones.
It's definitely going to have to be a little bit tighter here. He's got both of those catching mid wickets and the 2 catches behind the stumps as well. He's going to have to just nibble the ball around that off stump and get one to jag if there's any assistance in the wicket, or also get Kaya Zondo to force a false shot. Kaya looks quite comfortable as we see him just drop that into that point area for 1. He's very experienced, Bonnie. You would have played a lot of cricket with Kaya.
Yeah.
Talk us through his mindset in a situation like this.
Well, his mindset's just clear bat, just try and get bat on ball. If it's straight, just defend. You'll have to throw his hands at the wide one, as you saw the first delivery. He has been undone a few times towards that mid-wicket area, falling over, not balanced enough, getting caught, getting LBW. So he just looks to hit nicely up the ground, and then anything wide, he'll try and flare through the covers, or through point. That's why they've got a man down on the boundary. It's been the curse of Delano's second spell. Well, 4 no balls in that second spell of his. This is the 5th one. Luckily there's no free hit.
Yeah. And that's a lot better.
Not straighter.
Lions have worked on that ball, Bonnie, throughout the innings, as we see. It's that mid-wicket fielder just continuing to work on the ball. Get a little bit of tails, Potgieter. Just a little shimmy.
If they look after the ball well enough, some teams normally try and keep that new ball for the next morning. So it'll be interesting to see what the Lions do decide to do.
With that, the end of the over, Bonnie, 211 for 4. Viljoen and Zondo looking comfortable. I'll make my way out and welcome in Andy Capistani.
Thank you, Zane.
So, stress-free first half hour after tea for the Dolphins?
It has been. We've had some good scoring opportunities. They've pounced on a few loose deliveries.
Potsani into his 12th over. That's well bowled. Well bowled. Dipped in at his toes. I like to see that.
Saw him coming. Well bowled. Almost want the youngster to just keep taking wickets.
Yeah. Well, interesting, of course, the Dolphins have got a debutant in their side as well. Interesting to see where he bats. Ooh, in the air and safe and 4.
These two have pounced on that shorter delivery. Not that short, but they've pounced on a good foot movement and quickly onto it.
Talking about Samuel Pillay, who will be making his first-class debut for the Dolphins.
Yeah, Chess old boy.
Captained them, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
And he's a spinning all-rounder, am I right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'll come in next.
Baptism of fire.
Come in and face the new ball, maybe.
That's the thing, isn't it? This partnership now is worth 28, but there are only 11 overs left to the new ball. Oh, that's a good shot.
Great shot. Waited for it so nicely. Just lofting it over mid-on. That was the first one, as we saw. Lovely lofted on drive.
Just didn't try and overhit it. Just trying to get it over the inner ring, knowing that you're going to get full value for your shots on this outfield. Zondo into the 20s with that hit. He's taken his time establishing himself at the crease. So, been out there nearly an hour and a half now. So, end of the over. Let me just bring you up to date with what's happened today. Dolphins winning the toss, choosing to bat first, and they lost a wicket with the score on 0, and that was Ramashan Pillay, LBW to Bayers Swanepoel without scoring. Then a 57-run partnership for the second wicket ended when Slade van Staden was caught at slip by Josh Richards off Delano Potgieter for 19. Good partnership followed that of 102 between Bryce Parsons and Tshepang Dithole. And that was broken when Parsons went second ball after a drinks break, caught at slip by Dom Hendricks off Luto Sapamla for 42. And then just after getting to a very good 100, Tshepang Dithole rather gave it away and lifted a ball from the debutant Potsane into the covers, where Richard Seletswana took a good catch. And the figures for Dithole: 104 he made off 185 balls with 19 boundaries, and he really did hit the bad ball or the wide ball to the boundary whenever he got the opportunity. So now 219 for 4, and this partnership is beginning to prosper for the Dolphins. Sure that the Lions would take the new ball straight away?
Do you think so?
Do you fancy that it's doing enough?
I think it's doing just enough. But then again, you also... I don't know, actually. Stuck in between two worlds here. If it is doing enough, maybe stay with the older one for a while and see if it works. They are giving their two main seamers a rest now, so maybe they'll come back nice and fresh. Maybe a few overs with the old ball, see if it works.
Yeah, noticeable that it just started reversing around the 50 over mark, particularly for Luto Sipamla.
Played in a few games here, Andy, where we almost used that old ball all the way until the end of the day and then just use a new one in the beginning of the morning. Try and grab a few more scalps with that old ball. But the visitors might think otherwise.
And the old ball harder to smack for 4.
Becomes a lot softer. It is tailing, so batter won't know which way it's going. Do you think if they get another wicket now in the next 5 or 7 overs, they might go with the new ball? The debutant face up to the music, as they say, and then try and run through the lower order. I think if these two survive the next 10 overs or so, they might just carry on with that old ball just to try and save that new one.
Right now, it maybe 220 for 4 doesn't look like it, but it's just on a little bit of a knife edge. You can imagine a scenario where one wicket might bring 2 or 3, and the Lions get right back into the game. Whereas if these two just keep batting, it will definitely be the Dolphins' day. Yeah, good run.
Very good run. End of over. Porquitos bowled 13 overs, 1 for 51. 1 for 50, sorry.
Yeah, he's bowled well. I don't think anybody has bowled badly. Pick of the seamers has been Cody Yusuf, and he hasn't picked up a wicket.
I think he's been the most unluckiest today.
Yeah.
Swanepoel's bowled very well. Pamela's come back nicely. Obviously his figures don't say so. His second spell was very good.
Long chat from Dom Hendricks to his bowler ahead of this new over. He's got a long on, a deep backward square, and only one man saving one on the onside.
You can almost hear Dom saying, just bowl it a little bit wider.
Just there.
Just bowl it a little bit wider, get back into your rhythm. Try and get a few dot balls. Get your confidence up. One might turn and bounce straight to Dom at slip.
That's well bowled. Saw him coming again.
Good variation of pace.
Too short. Got away with it because there is a point on the boundary. Like you say, I bet this young man will find somewhere behind the arm to stand and watch Kesh Maharaj bowl.
Who better to watch than your number one bowler in the world?
Oh, he got in position very early there. Nearly got himself in trouble.
Could have ended up being a comedy of errors.
One of those that rolls up the bat onto your snout. Quicker ball and dragged down punished by Zondo. She slipped, says Potsano. Bends down and wipes his hands on the dirt.
As every other bowler has done. I don't know what your feeling is though, Andy. I mean, you obviously played in the UK. I would still want somebody under the helmet.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just add a bit more pressure.
Yeah, I think if you've got cover on the boundary, you don't need extra. Bring him in, move mid off just a little bit wider.
I think it would be nice for the youngster just to see somebody standing there, and them half-heartedly defending or not defending.
Yeah.
Maybe getting something to go through the gate.
It also, I think, encourages the right line.
Yeah.
You're far less likely to be bunging it in at leg stump and outside if you've got a man under the lid at silly point. And anyway, he's finished his 13th over. He got 1 for 48. The important thing is he got the centurion out when he was very well set.
It's a nice memory to have as your first wicket.
So Pocky to continue. Keeper standing up to him now. Hannafilian has settled in nicely.
Bald. Testing Villian's balance.
Should remind you that this commentary is brought to you by the good grace of the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. We thank you to them for the sponsorship. Oh, is that a drop? No, it's not a drop. No, he's just missed the outside edge. Yeah. Oh, he took the bails off. That's what he did. And if you'd like to get involved with sponsoring commentary, we'd love to hear from you. Just get hold of your local franchise, and they will put you in touch with the right people at Pitch Vision. See, the skipper's warming up again. He very nearly came on to bowl his offies about an hour ago, and then a wicket fell.
Decided against it. Would be nice to see what an off spinner does on ya. If there's any purchase.
One more.
I'd like to see Dom from the other side, keep the youngster on, and get some overs under his belt.
So that slope that you were talking about, we would, as the offie, definitely want to be bowling from the old Forte.
Or we could be adventurous and swap them around. And then just hold off spinner against the slope, a little bit of a slope. And then let Potsano come with this, like Keshav has done year in and year out here. So almost put that in the batter's mind, thinking about the slope and how the ball's going to react. And sometimes doesn't do that, and you find yourself playing the wrong line or looking for something that's not there. You've got your wish, Andy.
Oh, there we go. So sixth bowler for the Lions. I don't know whether he's done a lot of bowling recently. I'll have to look him up.
I don't think he has.
Comes. Oh dear, starts with a half tracker. He's got away with it.
Not the best of starts.
Yeah. 2 in a row. And it's only cost him 2 runs.
I think someone needs to tell Dom to give it a bit more air. There we go.
Just like that. One more.
Oh, just gone on with the arm.
People play shots against this that they wouldn't against other bowlers.
Could he be the golden arm? Oh.
Well, he settled after a couple of bad balls up front, so he'd done enough to get another over. So that's 73 overs gone. The mere fact that Dom Hendricks is bowling at the moment suggests to me that they're trying to run through the overs quickly
To get to that new ball.
to get to the new ball.
But I do think, they're not going to spin from both sides.
No, so looks like Pockets is going to stay in the attack. Nice removal of the furniture there by the keeper. I don't think that this old ball is doing enough to really justify carrying on with it. I think they'll throw the dice and say, well, if we can nick a couple with the new ball, we've got a chance of bowling them out. Cheaply is the wrong word, but not too expensive.
A lot less. Whoa.
Did well to get a foot in the way there. You've got to be very careful as a bowler on your follow through there. You want to try and take the ball on the bottom of your boot, not on the side, because the side hurts.
Rather just try and use your hands or leave it alone.
Leave it alone. Yeah.
Seen one too many injuries trying to do that.
It's been a glorious day in Durban today. It was not predicted.
We have been blessed.
Well fielded. That's save 4.
Or a very long chase to the boundary.
Partnership's worth 45 now. Sendo's got himself to 29. He's played pretty well. End of the over. That's 74 gone now. Skipper gives himself another over. If he's going to take a wicket, I reckon it's caught on the boundary.
I think he might actually get somebody LBW. Maybe they'll be playing for the spin. Straight on with the arm. Maybe close to drinks, I think, as well.
Yeah, that magic moment. So we've got 3 men not on the boundary, probably about 10-15 metres in from the boundary on the onside. That's good batting. Came early there. Probably a little bit disappointed he didn't get 4 for the shot.
Do you think he tried to hit it past on the right hand side of Dom? Towards the long on?
Fires one in. There's an enormous space on the onside. Man fielding it is the only one who can save one on the onside. They thought about, started negotiations for a single there.
Got away with another dot ball. Oh, good check by the keeper.
End of the over.
Should be drinks.
3 runs off that over from Hendrick, so he's doing a job. It's giving everybody a bit of a rest ahead of the second new ball. Lions have stuck at their task very well today. There's never been a stage in the innings where they were just chasing leather. And as well as Dithole played, you never felt that they couldn't bowl at him.
They have been good. They got to a stage where it was on the cusp of getting out of hand, and they brought it back nicely. Bowlers bowled nice and tight. They had a nice period of about 5-6 overs where they didn't really score any runs.
Been impressed by Hanu Fillion since he came in.
Bowled.
Hanu was very kind to fill out a questionnaire, I said, and just discovered something I didn't know. His mother played professional tennis until she was 21, and his dad played rugby. Grew up playing cricket in the backyard with his brother. You got siblings?
No.
Only boy. So
The
what
only child.
did you have to play with yourself?
Luckily, I had my dad throw me millions and millions of cricket balls. It tests to his broken shoulder, as he tells his friends. Was an accomplished squash player in his day.
And the broken shoulder, just from throwing balls.
Just from throwing balls.
Keeper's going back up to the stumps for Zondo. It's got to be missing legs. Keeper was already down the leg side before the shout. Into the over. 76 gone now. Trombones time. 236 for 4. VVJ has left me. Zane has come back in. We're assuming, Zane, since Tom Hendricks has brought himself on the bowl his flighted filth, that they're going to take the new ball straight away.
Hopefully take one with him before the new ball as well. That golden arm usually works a trick.
Started with a couple of long hops. Got away with both of them.
1 and 1. Got a T20 field set as well, Andy. 5 out in the boundary. William knocks that for 1.
50 standers come up. And they've pretty much shared the runs. 26 to Fillion, 23 to Zondo. There's a big space down there. That's at least 2. It could be 3 if they really push. No, they're happy to stick with 2. With that T20 field that you're talking about, get down on one knee and just flick it behind square.
Shot like that used to be called unconventional. It's quite the norm today, and Kaya Zondo was really good at playing that, so he'll manipulate the spaces in the field.
Good running. Ooh, they might have got an extra there, but Anafilian had gone quite a long way past going to the danger end.
.240 for 3. We've just seen the 50 partnership being brought up, Andy. I think that was the third 50 partnership. We speak a lot about batting in partnerships, making sure you spend time at the crease together, and the Dolphins have done that well today, haven't they?
Yeah, I think they'd be disappointed that only one of them has gone past 3 figures, and only just past 3 figures. But, in these sort of conditions, you really want to break the heart of the fielding side. Whereas every time it's looked like that might be happening, a wicket will fall. But even so, no question, I think that the Dolphins will be the happier of the two sides. It's nicely fielded.
End of the over, 241 for 4. We are 3 overs away from the new ball and an hour left in the day. How do you see the next hour panning out, Andy?
I'm just thinking, I mean, it's 3:30 and there's only an hour left in the day, you know. That's what happens when you start at 9 o'clock in the morning. And because Hollywoodbets Kingsmead always attracts bad light, you think to yourself, well, don't come off in an hour's time. Just carry on batting and while the sun's out. Make hay while the sun's shining, because you might not get it again. There's a bit of cloud cover predicted for tomorrow, but a glorious weekend. So we should get full ration. One thing, I mean, looking back at the start of the day, before you come to the ground for a 9 o'clock start, you must be thinking, well, it's got to be win, toss and bowl. And today it was not. So Potsane's coming back on to bowl. He's bowled from both ends. This time back from the old fort end. Picked up the wickets of Tshepang Dithole. And he's had a good day on debut.
Change of ends. He's had about 3 spells already today. I think Dom Hendricks has managed him quite well, bowling him in shorter periods, giving him the protection that he needed, and then, like you said, got the big wicket of Dithole once he's past 100. Still looks a good prospect. We'll bowl a shorter spell here, I would assume, and when that new ball comes in, then Dom will get the seamers on. That man in picture now, and he will have a big role to play with the new ball, Cody Yusuf.
Yeah, bowled well today, isn't he? He's the only one of the seamers who hasn't picked up a wicket, but I think consistently the best of them. And I agree that Dom Hendricks has handled this young man really well. You don't want to throw him to the wolves. And he's probably looked at him and thought, okay, we got one here.
Yeah.
Let's look after him. Bertie Buse, who used to be the bowling coach at Somerset when Ian Terence Botham first came onto the staff.
Sure.
Bertie always used to say about a new bowler. So when you come to Somerset, we assume that you know how to bowl. What I will teach you is where to bowl.
Excellent.
So that's 78 done. 2 more to the new ball. 246 for 4.
having a look around the field, I don't see any of those seamers that we'd expect to take the new ball. The warming up, Andy, which is interesting. Cody Yusuf just sort of milling around from position to position. Swanepoel and Sipamla don't look to be warming up either, but we do have a change. We do have a change in bowler at the Mgeni end, and
This is Mitchell van Buren.
some more filthy off spin, as VVJ says. Or is it a leg spin?
Oh, I was going to say the first warm-up ball looked more like leg spin. It's probably going to be licorice all sorts. Let's have a look. It'll only be 6 balls, I'm sure. It does look like it's coming out the side of the hand. Just looking at my notes on him, I don't have anything about his bowling. Oh,
Not bad.
landed it, turned it. I wonder how much he had to bribe the captain. Come on. Give me one over. Give me one over.
I'll get the break.
I'm the man. It's coming out nicely in the nets. There's a young man with a telephoto lens walking right in front of the sight screen. He's out of the way now.
Oh,
This looks all right, doesn't it?
landing there. Definitely landing
He's
in.
probably saying to his skipper, you bowled 3 overs of rubbish and you could have had me on.
Here goes security running across the side screen as well. It's all happening here, Andy. See the third umpire just walking out of the umpire's room down onto the field. He's got a towel and a few drinks, but I don't see a sign of a new ball.
Well, that's a good over.
Very good.
Mitchell van Buren.
2 from it, but he's landed them nicely. That's the key.
I wonder what he bowled at Kes. So Potsani's going to continue. 248 for 4.
$50 minutes left in the day, and we might see them delay that new ball just slightly. So they've almost got two bites of the cherry.
Yeah, not a bad call. Nice little left-handed pass there.
Really good. Still bowling with the 3 out. He's got his deep square leg out, cow corner out in the deep cover, and he's got his mid on and mid off just hanging. This may be enticing Kaya Zondo with a little bit of flight to run past one.
He's found the gap. That's a good shot.
Great cricket shot.
It should go all the way for 4. There's an Egyptian goose just getting out of the way in time. Nearly lost its legs. Yeah, that's very well played by Kaya Zondo. All the way along the deck. $250 comes up.
Kayozondo in no hurry. He'll put the bad ball away. For the rest of it, he'll just keep batting. He's on 41 not out of 92 balls. He's been in for 2 hours now. As he comes
Gets a
down
full
the
toss.
wicket.
And fielder didn't see it. He's looking straight into the sun there. And yeah, man on the mid-wicket boundary didn't see that. Drinks are coming onto the ground. So, 256 for 4, 80 overs gone. They may or may not take the new ball at the end of this little break.
So tell me, these Proteas, are they talented?
Ja.
Fierce.
Ja.
Dynamic. Yeah. Do they have the passion?
That is an outstanding catch.
Ja.
Is ambition a part of this team?
Ja.
Do they look unstoppable?
Ja.
Unbreakable?
Ja.
Unafraid?
Ja.
Will they win the Cricket World Cup?
Absolute class from Laura Volspaar.
Who's that?
taken the new ball.
New ball has been taken. Bayer Swanepoel will bowl the first over with it.
Voni, what should be the last hour of play. New ball taken straight up after the drinks break. Attacking field set. Two Dolphins batters also set in. Dolphins in a commanding position. You spoke about them being around 260 to 280 at the end of the day's play, with wickets in hand to continue to bat tomorrow. I think they're well on their way to doing that. But the way the Lions bowl now with the new ball is crucial if they're going to change that.
Yeah, you're almost looking at the new ball trying to take 1 or 2 wickets quickly here now. Just put the Dolphins back under pressure, but I mean, you've got 2 batters in at the moment. You also don't want them just to go haywire and try and score as many runs as possible. But there will be a lot of gaps in the field, as we see that's played onto fine leg. And Lions bowlers have to be on the mark here, maybe asking the right questions, trying to grab, I would say, at least 2, maybe 3 tonight, just so that they can come back tomorrow morning and finish it off, and hope the Dolphins don't score too many runs.
That new ball will come onto the bat nicely. Will offer a little bit of assistance, but will hit the bat nicely and offer a few opportunities to score as well. Some tired legs out there, Voni.
Yeah, you can hear the fielders are trying to help everybody. Bowlers have put in a massive spell here on a hot Wednesday in Durban. So also don't want that red kookaburra flying to all parts of the ground now. Oh, as I said, that is literally nip one back, inside edge, onto leg stump by the looks of it. It's exactly what the Lions would have asked for, especially at the drinks break. So we see the replay now. That's what we've been speaking about the whole day, Baxi. Just making sure that you're not giving them enough room to play. Coastal boys love a bit of width, a bit of something to get their arms free. So we see Kaya Zondo out for 45, bowled Swanepoel, faced 95 deliveries with 6 fours.
That's a big wicket for the Lions. Voni Kaya Zondo, a set, as you said, 45 off 95. He's batted over 2 hours. He's got about an hour left in the day to bat. And then with the introduction of the new ball, that one just nips back and stumps out the ground. Kaya Zondo makes his way back. With that, with number 7 on his back, Voni, we've got the debutant, Simal Pillay, 18-year-old boy, just out of high school, went to Durban High School, scored lots of runs at a schoolboy level, scored runs at the national weeks, scored 100 a couple of weeks ago at the academy week, and walking out to bat in his first game for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Having been in his shoes, Baxi, all those years ago, doesn't matter how many runs you score wherever. It's what happens on this field right here, right now. So obviously you won't even hear what I'm going to say, but any advice someone making their debut is literally just go out, back your game plan, and just face each ball as it comes. There's nothing you can do. You've obviously worked very hard to get here. There's no no amount of runs or wickets if you're a bowler that can prepare you for what happens on your first game on the field.
For sure, Voni, as simple as that. You make it sound easier than it actually is. You've got first-hand experience. Just looking into the stands, I see Simal's mum and dad. Mum's got the video camera out, videoing the first moment. Big moment, not just for him, but also for his family. Swanepoel to Pillay.
Oh, that wouldn't have been a very nice thing to get first up. Strangled down the leg side.
Simal would be feeling that he's missed out on that one to get off the mark and score his first runs for the Dolphins. But with that, brings the end of the over. 257 for 5 now, Voni. 81 overs gone, and the new ball has worked a trick.
But in saying that, Buxy, it's worked a trick, but it can work even better. The Lions would have said if we can get one, we can maybe get 2 or 3. So you can see their plan, obviously, of putting the catches behind the wickets, bowling that nice straight full line, asking the right questions, and it will be very interesting to see how Cody goes. This is his 4th spell now. I think as a bowler, whenever you got a new rock in your hand, you always full of energy, for ready to go. So let's have a look and see.
We were a little bit critical of Cody in his first spell. Maybe it just wasn't full enough. He's got a new ball in his hand, like you said. Again, Voni, does he now get a little bit fuller, attack the stumps a little bit more? He's got his 3 slips in place.
I think the Lions are missing the trick here. But see, I'd get guys on the boundary, give Viljoen 1, Bolter the debutant. He must be nervous. Must be something he hasn't seen yet. So, in saying that, he's just bowled an absolute peach.
It's gone like a banana, that. No slips in the waiting. Voni, I'm very interested to see how Hanu Viljoen manages this period. He's obviously trying to manage his own innings. He's 31 not out of 74 balls. He's been batting for an hour and a half. He's trying to build a career himself. He's trying to do well for himself. But then you have a debutant on the other end.
It does go the old saying, Baxi, is you either sink or you swim. I do feel that Hanu, as we saw there now, he can't get flustered by the whole situation. He's just got to carry on playing. If there's a chance to score, he's got to take it. If they're bowling well, he's got to leave well. You basically now opening the innings. I mean, yes, it is 80 overs gone past, but still, we always looked at it like that. So once you get to the new ball, whoever's batting, if there's an in-batter or 2 new batters, you're literally opening the innings again for your team. So you've got to try and build a nice foundation here. Like he did with Kaya Zondo, try and get a partnership going. I mean, Simal will get into the thick of things and score some runs, but he shouldn't be looking after him. He's got to look after his own box that he's playing in now, and I think everything else will look after itself.
Yeah. Well said. I think Simal's got to look up to Hanu now as a role model. Hanu's body language has got to be good. His demeanour at the crease has got to be good, and just the way he goes about his game can inspire the young man. In Simal's case, he's batted in the top order at school, and I'm sure all his prep in leading up to this game would have been, with that second new ball in mind.
But also, he was watching for 80 overs.
Yeah.
So he's seen a number of guys go through their work. He's seen how they've adjusted and how they've played and where they've scored. It's a nice thing when you come in sort of the middle to lower order. You have got that advantage of sitting and watching.
Oh,
Not bad.
fantastic over by Cody Yusuf. Voni criticised him, as I said early on. He's gone fuller there. He's used the new ball really well. Getting some good shape in it as well, and he's asked a few difficult questions of Phil Yunus. That's been Cody Yusuf today, hasn't it?
100%. I mean, it was just that 2 or 3 overs in the beginning where I think he was just trying a little bit too hard. He's bowling 2 lengths, either too full or too short. Mainly too short. And that's where we were criticising him about. But his last 15 overs have been unreal. He has been one of the unlucky ones not to take a wicket.
Bat on ball. Yeah, he has been really unlucky. He's just one chance early on in the day, go through the keeper and first slip, and then he's had that drop catch and extra cover, but hasn't changed his attitude, has it?
Not at all.
He's continued to run in and hit the deck, do what he needs to do for the DP World Lions.
Swanepoel also just tucking some more pillar up.
Everyone around the bat. Only 3 slips, 2 slips and a gully. Got a short point in. Extra cover and mid-wicket walking in quite hard. And youngsters under pressure as we see Swanepoel come from around the wicket into Pillay.
It's good cricket all round.
Pillay nice and solid on defence that time. Lots of verbals, we can hear them up here in the commentary box. Voni.
They do have their tails up.
One brings 2. Onto the legs.
There we go, first runs.
Tshepang Dithole off the mark with a 4, clipped through mid-wicket. First runs for the Dolphins, Voni.
Good start. Nice balance, as we see in the replay. Fielder thought he had a chance of a catch, but to no avail.
Swanepoel won't mind that, playing around the front pad.
You miss our hit.
Gone at it again, this time Tshepang Dithole presenting the full face of the bat.
Oh my word. It's well left. Very close but well left.
That's a brave leave to bring up the end of the over. 261 for 5.
We have a streaker.
Umpire just checking the ball there. Bonnie, no?
Oh,
Just having
yeah,
a bit of a chat.
I think they wanted to change the bails.
Change the bails.
Miscommunication. Bails.
Cody Yusuf to Phil Yunus. 2 slips and a gully. At the end of the day, with his tail up,
nicely tucked off his hip for a single.
Simal Pillay on strike. Lions won't mind this.
2,000 runs in first class cricket for Hanufulyan.
Well done, Hanufulyan. Many more to come. Cody Yusuf having his first crack at Simal Pillay. 2 slips and a gully.
Well negotiated.
Some nice carry with the new ball at the end of the day, Vorney.
Hats off to Cody Yusuf. He's trundled in the whole day. Same energy, same intensity. Good to see him.
Nice and confident on the front foot. Simal will be nervous here. He's got a good demeanor. Calm young man. Very simple game. Does the basics very well. He'll need that in a situation like this.
Well called again.
Cody Yusuf definitely hitting the bat hard. Two balls to go in the over. When do we see the bumper at the young man, Vorney?
Just I was just going to say it's about an over late.
Simal happy to let that go.
A touch too high, I think, but well negotiated.
How do you follow this up, Ronus?
Another one. No, that's just me. Nice, good length ball outside of stump. Feet didn't move. So he had the right idea.
Still on the back foot there, Simi. 262 for 5.
14 overs left in the day.
The Dolphins will be looking to get through to the end of the day. Still 5 down. I think if they left the field at 290 for 5, nearing on 300 for 5, I think they'd be quite happy with that at the end of the day.
I think anything they get nice extra. I think their wickets column is the most crucial thing at the moment. Just see Swanepoel beat Viljoen. The wicket column is going to be the be all and end all for the Dolphins, especially with what they want to try and score tomorrow. Obviously, don't want to get bowled out tonight. I mean, that would just be disastrous. But if they stay 5 down, they can attack tomorrow and try and get a good 380, 400, 420. Whereas if they keep losing wickets, number one, they could be bowled out tonight. Number two, they could only have 1 or 2 wickets to play with tomorrow anyway, and then the whole plan disappears. and you've almost got to start again and try and bowl well enough to put the Lions under pressure and maybe not let them score as much, or just keep in range with what you have.
You've hit the nail on the head there with the wickets in hand.
Great shot.
That would be the order of the day for the Dolphins. Let's get through the day. 5 wickets in hand. We look to set up a big first session tomorrow morning.
Remember that first session is 2.5 hours long, so there's a lot of runs that can be had there. You'll have a nice hard new ball. Pitch won't have that much grass on it. It'll be nice and true.
A little bit of frustration there from Hanufulun. Feels like he's missed out. Swanepoel happy to get the ball right up there. Fulion's just got to make sure he stays nice and calm. As you've alluded to throughout the day, Vaughnie, just stay nice and present. One ball at a time, that age-old advice.
And the Dolphins batters must be happy. I mean, even if they're getting dot balls, just be happy with it. Always look at the bigger picture of batting tomorrow. It'll be nice and fresh, have a good night's rest. Bowlers might be a bit sore and a bit tired. You can score ample runs in the morning. It doesn't help if you're out and sitting in the change room either. So yes, there might be a bit of frustration, but in the bigger scheme of things,
Shot.
oh, great cricket shot.
Spoke about the on-drive earlier in the day, Vaughnie, and just how difficult it is to play that. But when you know a guy is playing on on-drive, as we see Hanufulun here, you know he's in good touch.
It's a beautiful cricket shot. There's nothing better than looking at that.
Incredible shot. DP World Lions wouldn't mind that. Swanepoel's got the ball up there. He's looked to hit the stumps. He's looking to get any assistance on offer in the air. Hell of a great cricket shot.
Well, the bowlers won't mind that at all. Bit of movement here and there. Played on the wrong line. You LBW, bowled. Caught behind maybe. So they'll be smiling. They won't. Here's a good cricket shot, but they won't be worried about that. And they also won't be worried about that because the Hollywoodbets Dolphins are not 400 for 3.
.266 for 5. Cody Yusuf to Simal Pillay. Bumper. Well negotiated by the young man. A word or two from Cody Yusuf.
Which is customary. Always customary to the debutant.
Pillay will take a bit of stick here. He's got to earn his stripes.
I think, It was wide, short and wide.
Looked wide from where we were, Vaughnie. Chopper signals 1 for the over.
Interesting. It's almost caught by first slip.
At the stumps here, Cody Yusuf.
Just sliding across the left-hander.
Pillay happy to let that go. over pitch this time, and Simal Pillay drives that down the ground inside middle for 4. Beautiful shot.
Great way transfer. Now straight bat. Waiting for a while until the very end.
Bit of a chat between Bear Swanepoel and Cody Youssef. Cody wouldn't be happy with that. Captain won't mind that. This one full again. Driven, and just this time for 1.
I think if anything, Swanepoel's maybe just saying to him a foot shorter, and not a half volley. Well bowled. Into his over. His 20th. 6 maidens, 0 for 50.
2.5 runs and over. He's put in a proper shift today, Bonnie.
When you're leading the attack and you're only going for 2.5, that is a good feat.
Swanepoel staying around the wicket to Pillay. He's dropped a fine leg back. He's kept the 2 slips in a gully. He'll look to attack the stumps, which he does. Dot ball.
If the bowlers are going to keep going outside off stump, I would like to see a catch and cover, just something in the debutante's eyes, making him a bit unease. Put him under a little bit of pressure. Maybe try and take that drive away.
Outside edge and some excellent fielding.
Great stop.
Great stop at the end of the day. I think his teammates realize that, and
It's Joshua Richards standing a gully, taking one for the team. It's quite hard down there.
Pillay on the drive. Thick outside edge once again.
It almost looks like he's trying to force it. Just gotta wait for it. We've got 12 overs left in the day. Still want to be here tomorrow morning. Maybe try and take some of those risks out of it. Defend where you need to defend, leave where you need to leave.
Brought the length back this time. That's kept low. Vorney every now and then. We've seen one just shoot through.
Just get it on a little bit.
Apart from that though, it looks a good cricket wicket, good for batting, Vorney.
I think there's enough in it for both batter and bowler. I must say the Lions' ground fielding has been very good today. They haven't really misfielded anything. They've been solid. They've dived around. where need be. They've stopped a few boundaries. Even some of their bowlers throwing their body on the line.
DP World Lions definitely look like a well-oiled outfit. Bonnie, everyone looks fit. Everyone looks on the money. Like you said, they've thrown themselves around when they've needed to, and still doing that at the end of the day, which is important.
As another Swanepoel over comes to an end.
Another maiden.
7th maiden today. 2 for 36. It is really bowled well.
He's been the pick of the bowlers from a stats perspective. Cody Youssef, that energy that we've seen today, been a little bit unlucky, but Swanepoel's been there and thereabout with him.
As we see another change of the Old Fort Road end. Tshepang coming back into the attack. He's only bowled 13 overs, so looks like he might get an extended run. Starting off nice and straight.
Tshepang's last spell was really impressive. Ran in hard and wasn't afraid to bend his back.
He got the ball to tail a little bit as well, the old ball.
Yeah. Lions would expect that of him now at the end of the day as well. He'll bowl 3 or 4 of the last 11 overs. There'd be an expectation of a wicket. It's a no ball, but another one that's just skidded on there, Bonnie.
Good length though. Good line. Just being a little bit naughty with his front foot.
Slight field change. Well, Henrik's just moving the mid-on slightly closer to the batter.
Bowled again.
Solid in defence by Fillion. Hashim Amla has been pacing around this field throughout the day, getting his steps up, Bonnie.
I honestly think he's done about 100 laps. Actually, we'll find him just now and ask him. It's a good effort.
Durban boy himself would have played a lot of cricket at Kingsmead, would know the conditions well.
Lucky enough to call him an old teammate.
Yeah. Bonnie, who's the best player you've played with in your career?
Jeez. Can I pass on that? There's so many. There's so many. If I can name you a few, it'll just make me at ease.
Okay. Go for it.
I'll start after this ball. So the best player I've played with, or players I've played with. Okay, so Andy Campusano will know that one of these. Matthew Harris is probably one of the best keepers I've played with. Best gloveman I've had the privilege of sharing slip cordon with. Old Harry. Abraham de Villiers is one of them. A small figure by the name of Adam Bacher is also one that comes to mind.
Is that when you were at the Lions?
When I was at the Lions, yes. Another two, obviously bowling wise, would be a Garnet Kruger at the Lions, Charles Langerveld. Yeah, and then down here at Dolphins, obviously Hashim Amla just resonates. I had a very good partnership with him against the Lions. It was 2012 or 2013. He went on to get a double 100. He almost coached me to 100, and I thought, okay, I've done so well. I lost my wicket and sat in the change room just watching my partner do things that we saw on TV. That back foot drive, that cover drive. He was just phenomenal.
One more for you. Best player you've played with that had the potential to play for South Africa that didn't?
Matthew Harris, hands down. Just born in the wrong generation. Obviously, a good friend Bouch coming through. Obviously, took his chance and used it very well. South Africa's best wicketkeeper. Unfortunately, got 999 dismissals. But that's probably one gentleman that should have maybe had a run but never had. Very handy batter, left-handed batter. He made his debut with me at the Wanderers against Western Province. Very handy behind the stumps, and almost that nuggety sort of Gilchrist slash I'd say Rishbat punt at the moment as a batter.
A bit ahead of his time.
I think so, unfortunately. That's the way cricket does go. Sometimes you get your opportunities, sometimes it just goes a begging.
Anu Fulyunia has got a big opportunity to take the Dolphins home. Only 37 not out of 93 balls. He's batted 2 hours now. He's got a youngster at the crease with him. Anu as the senior man. He's got to take it on his shoulders and get the Lions home as he scampers one. A really good judge of a single, and he's made that quite comfortably. Swanepoel still hitting the stumps.
He hasn't moved away from that line and length. He's been very good today.
That's been him.
He's asked the right questions.
There again, just there and thereabout, testing the defense of the Dolphins batters. Listen, Bonnie Kaya Zondo was probably sitting in the change room now asking himself what happened. We've seen that ball absolutely hoop in.
And the rest of the balls, they've just been dead straight. It's hooped in, it's nipped off the seam. It's caught his bottom edge as well. And it's probably like skimmed leg stump.
And then we haven't seen another one. That's cricket, isn't it? It can sometimes be a cruel game. But when it is your day, it's one of the best feelings in the world. Square leg goes out onto the boundary. It is a small boundary.
Any calls on a double bluff?
Yeah, I think so. We haven't seen a bouncer from Swanepoel today. Yeah.
Oh,
We've called it, Bonnie.
nearly got it right.
Simal Pillay up to the challenge. End of the over, 274 for 5. Just get the feeling that the day is just sort of drifting on now, Bonnie. The Lions trying their best to get another wicket, but the Dolphins batters seem to have just shut up shop.
That can work in favour of the Lions. I do think we've still got another 34 minutes to go. They're going to try and get through these 9 overs as best they can. We do have enough light for that, which is strange to say at Kingsmead. I would still like to see another catching option somewhere, whether it be leg side or offside. You're standing with a new ball in your hand.
Both Fulyoon and Simal Pillay have shown a willingness to drive as well when the ball's been pitched up. I agree with you, Vonnie. Get the catching cover in, leave the covers open, let them see the space, maybe square up.
I'd even take Point out and put him at catching cover.
Yeah.
If you want to score any runs, you've got to go square of the wicket.
Yeah. We've got 2 slips and a gully. Short, and Anu Fulyoon has latched on to that.
It's almost just like there's nothing in that delivery. It just looks... I don't know if he's missed his length or...
Definitely missed his length there. Or he just wasn't short enough, and Anu Fulyoon has got a good set of hands on him. Just quick hands coming through. He's helping that along to the short boundary as well. That takes him to 42. Fuller this time.
Still think it's the wrong line. This could be interesting with Tshepang coming around the wicket to Pillay with that fuller length. Luto will probably try and get him to drive. Maybe fish outside that off stump.
It's just a little bit of nip away from the left-hander here. It's going around the wicket. Oh, there we see it. Just angle in and just a little bit of a nip away.
Bounce again as well.
Simal Pillay just needing to be really sure of where his off stump is here, Bonnie. What to play and what not to play.
It's well bowled. Must have played off his hip for a single. The end of Tshepang's 15th over.
Just maybe a little bit greedy there, a little bit too straight. Pillay moves to double figures.
Vonnie, 280 for 5. 3 players have got into the 40s today. 4 players if you include the Centurion, Tshepang Dithole. Nobody yet has got it from 40 to 50 other than Dithole. 45 for Kaya Zondo, 42 for Bryce Parsons. And both players had done all the hard work and then got out. As you say, You wouldn't blame Zondo for his dismissal.
No.
It's a freakish delivery.
I think those two guys will be kicking themselves just watching what's happened throughout the day.
This is Delano Potgieter coming into the attack. Bowling his 17th over, he's got 1 for 53. So it's been an interesting day's play. The Hollywoodbets Dolphins got away to a good start after losing. Oh,
He's
bowled him neck and crop. Well, that's the end of a first-class innings for Samuel Pillay. Just as he thought he was starting to get established, he got into double figures and bowled by one that just kept a little bit low.
Almost skidded on again, like we saw in the previous over. Do you feel that Delano Potgieter is not going to really rush you so you can get on the front foot?
So Samuel Pillay did enough out there to show that he belongs at this level. One particularly good off drive for 4. He'll be replaced by Ethan Bosch. And Ethan Bosch made good runs on Sunday in the run chase down in Powell. He was promoted in the order as a night watchman and took his opportunity well. His figures up on the board for us, 850s and 100, averaging 23.7. I would say he's a better player than that, and he needs to improve that average. And how many times during the day have you just looked at a scenario and thinking, well, Dolphins are going to get away here, and they get pegged back every time.
Yep. Almost like clockwork.
And I think the Lions have kept at it really well today. You haven't seen heads going down.
Very true.
No sign of over-attacking against the new man. Still 2 slips gully. Everybody else saving 1. With the exception of a long leg.
Trusty fine legs nearly in Town Hall.
Yeah.
That's how far away he is.
So the second new ball has done the trick for the Lions. They've picked up a couple of wickets with it. We were discussing when we were on earlier as to whether it was the right thing to do. And if you get 2, you've done it.
100%. You've also stopped them from scoring, which is where you're saying that they're not going to get away from it too much. Potgieter's bowled another decent delivery.
So for the Dolphins, the bowlers to come, but next in is Keshav Maharaj, who fancies himself with the bat.
Fancies a very quick fire 40 or 50. So I don't think we'll see a lot of blocking from Keshav.
I just dredging my memory to think of anybody that I've commentated on who's had less style as a batsman but more effect.
There's one, I think, is the Bulldog Van der Merwe. I think he's not enough style, but very effective.
You're absolutely right. He of course was here for the T10s that we commentated on at the age of 41. Rule off and over. That's a good shot into the onside, and Bosch is away with a couple. And they're going to turn for 3. There's a little bit of a laboured chase there from Cody Yusuf. Understandable. He's taken the new ball twice today. So that takes Hollywoodbets Dolphins up to 283 for 6. We've got 7 overs left in the day. This is an absolutely glorious late afternoon in spring in Durban. Traffic is just starting to build up.
Traffic is trafficking. Everyone's trying to get home. The tide has probably come in.
Which should mean the ball starts to talk. You know, Sean Pollock always said that he used to study the tides as to whether he was going to bowl or not.
A lot of the locals have got their specific things. Some say it's the wind, the southwest or the northeaster. Some say the tides. Just play cricket. I think the weather and any conditions is out of our control. Just play.
Just going back to the toss at the start of the day, Dolphins winning it, choosing to bat. I think if you'd offered the Lions 283 for 6 at that point, they would have said, yeah, we've had a good day.
I think they would have grabbed it with both hands.
And the game is, as it has been for much of the day, right on a knife edge. It's not impossible to envisage the Dolphins just falling over for another 20. And then all out for 300 and a few, they'll be thinking to themselves, oh, we've really messed up. If they don't do that, if they bat properly, if this pair sees them through and they manage to get through the first hour tomorrow, they're still in a position where they can get a big score.
But I think that's also where like a Bryce Parsons will be kicking himself. Obviously seen what's happened throughout the day. You've got into 40, you've taken the new ball, the shine out of it. You've done all the hard work. He should have also he should have walked off with a big 100. And the same with Dithole. He should have walked off probably at the end of the day with 140, 150. And then you try, and then as a Dolphins unit, you're only batting once in the game, so you're literally putting all the pressure back on the Lions.
Good shot. Shouldn't go for 4. Long chase out there from Swane.
A little bit of extra width.
Been the theme of the day that Lions bowlers have, in the main, bowled wicket to wicket. When they do bowl a wide ball, it tends to go for 4.
Shot.
Lovely shot for none, isn't it? That's the sort of shot that makes me say that Ethan Bosch can be a proper batter.
He's a very good all-rounder. Like you alluded, his numbers aren't that great at the moment. Just needs to keep building on it.
I wonder whether he ever thought that his elder brother would get a Test match 100.
don't think so.
No, nor do I.
I don't think so.
So Pokita to continue, bowling his 18th over. He's got 2 for 56. And we've got 6 overs remaining in the day.
See, Evan Jones is on the field, the 12th man. Cody Youssef has come off.
Gone for an early shower.
Early massage and shower.
That's a lovely shot.
Oh,
Brilliant
that's great
piece of
fielding.
fielding. And they get 2 instead of 4. Hanifilion will be distraught at that. He would have been expecting to see the umpire signalling the boundary. I think that was young Putsane, who...
He's got a bit of wheels.
Yeah, he's not just a bowler.
I wouldn't mind seeing Putsane come on for an over or 2. It's a newer, harder
Yep. Yeah.
rock. We'll just see what happens.
Particularly against an Ethan Bosch, who might just take him on.
Effectively only got 17 minutes left anyway.
Oh, it's gone through for 4.
Great shot. He has played that on drive very well today.
Stood up tall. That'll take him to 49. Just faced his 100th ball, and during the course of this innings, when he reached 32, he went past 1,000 first-class runs. It's nice for a coach and a captain to know that you've got a wicketkeeper who can bat in the top 6. Edged but well controlled. Just took the bottom hand off at the key moment there, so it didn't carry. He'll probably be a bit annoyed at himself that he played at that. So practicing leaving the ball alone straight away. Early scream of no.
Played that a lot later as well. As we see cloud cover for the first time today from the west.
He thought he had that single for the 50. It was not to be. Selatswani does well. Yeah, that cloud cover coming from the city, and we've been very lucky today because the weather forecast was afternoon rain. Maybe we'll get some tonight, but it doesn't feel like it.
It doesn't look like it either. There's no wind. Normally if the southwest is blowing, you're guaranteed some rain. Nothing at the moment. Nice and... It's a nice evening. Well, heading into evening.
Almost sundown at time.
I think that's why everyone's rushing home.
Sir Pamela.
Oh, a little bit of bat there.
Yeah.
Luckily, he moved right across the stumps.
Targeting that big gap at mid-wicket. Yep, and this time he gets it there. Just one. Now Hanifilian on 49. And he's done it.
Great shot.
Gets to his 50 with his 7th 4. And that is a really good hand from Hanifilian, the wicket-keeper, batting at 6. And that's the 104th delivery that he's faced. Can't recall a chance.
Yeah, he's batted very nicely. He's taking his opportunity.
Just as he did at the end of last season in the one-day competitions, where when more illustrious names were falling, he was scoring the winning runs.
So very handy cricketer.
Yeah, hard to understand why he's been overlooked. Started his career with the Titans and couldn't nail down a first team position there. Went on to play in the second division for the Garden Route Badgers and then signed for the Dolphins 2 seasons ago. And now looks like he's nailed down his place in all forms of the game.
That's good to see.
Good glove man, not a stopper. Good glove man. You were talking about Matthew Harris earlier. I remember Matthew, and obviously he didn't stay around in first class cricket for anything like as long as his talent deserved, probably. What does he do these days?
He works for a chemical company, if I'm not mistaken, up in Joburg, delivering all your cleaning goods, factories and businesses, doing very well for himself.
And probably earning a lot more money than he would as a cricketer.
Oh, about.
Good leave from Fillion. So we've got 4 overs remaining in the day. Lions losing the toss, and the Dolphins have reached 296 for 6. Now, enlighten me. Will we definitely get those 4, or is there a time issue?
It's 10 minutes. No, we won't get all 4. Maybe 3. But I did see umpire Dennis Smith ask for the light meter.
Goes quickly, doesn't it? When the sun goes behind.
I think he'll give it this over and go have a look. So I think maybe a max of 2 or 3 to finish off the day.
Pockheater to continue. He's got 2 for 62. And I think if you offered the light to the batters now, they'd be straight off. Right, let's let's put our feet up and be fresh for the morning.
I did see Ethan Bosch, the previous over, standing at the non-striker's end, having a chat to Babs about the light.
It's a good shot from Bosch.
When you cover drive like that, there is no issue with the lights.
Through for 2. Yeah, Babs Geena is the umpire at this end, Dennis Smith at square leg. Match referee for this game is Cliffy Isaacs, fine player in his day. I'll tell you who Ethan Bosch reminds me of in terms of his skill set and the way he looks at the crease is Steve Elworthy, Shotzi.
Yeah.
You're a bit young.
I played with Shotzi.
You played with Shotzi.
When he was at the Lions for a season or two.
Right. And always known as Shots because he couldn't defend. He'd never learned the forward defensive. He just came out, played most of his career at the Titans, Northerns as they were then, and would bat anywhere between 7 and 11 and just, whatever the state of the game, just come out and smash it. Lovely man, of course, went on to work for the MCC. But really in the side for his new ball bowling. And
He had some skill.
he swung the ball away at pace. He got the ball to bounce, and he was quick enough. He wasn't express, but he was quick enough. And of course, played with Ethan Bosch's father.
Yeah,
Tertius.
that's true. Solid forward defence. 3 to go.
Umpire Smith is trudging to his mark.
He's already signalled that he's going to have a look.
Chopper played with Shots as well.
Also a very good gloveman.
Yep, he was.
He's changed. He's not taking it out of his pockets.
No.
Made the poor third umpire come and bring it all the way to him.
No. Looks like we're good to go. Good shot.
Great shot. Great balance.
Oh, it's not going to go for 4, is it? No, it's gone in. It was that horrible moment in any batter's life where they suddenly realise they've got to run.
So 300 up for the Dolphins in the 95th over. Extra batting point for them.
Yes, you've got 100 overs to record your points. The Lions need one more wicket for a third bowling point.
Dolphins sitting on 4 at the moment. 4.02.
Well, he was trying to hit that over mid-wicket and it went straight back to the bowler.
A forehand smash down the line.
That run rate started off around the 4 mark in the first hour and a half. The Lions have slowly pegged it back and done really well. Now at 3.2. Fillion's annoyed. He hit it straight to sell at Swanee in the covers, and either side of him that was probably 4. Change in the field. So second slip is going to go into a catching position on the offside. Sun peeps out again, there's no problem with that light. Good day of first class cricket, Vaughan.
It's been fantastic. Seen some runs, seen some wickets.
Seen a couple of debutants. Good call.
Looks like we'll have one more over after this.
So the cut-off is actually 5 o'clock, is it?
If you have, well, yeah, if you haven't lost any overs to rain, it's only half an hour. But once you've lost overs to rain, the umpires can make that call whether it's half an hour or an hour. Yeah.
Right, I'm going to love you and leave you, and I shall go down and interview the player of the day.
Welcome back, Buxy, for the last over of the day.
Thanks, Warnie. It's been a good day of cricket.
It has been. Some runs, some wickets. That's the only thing Ethan needs to do for this over. It's just negotiate it. Finish those 6 balls and then walk off. Come back tomorrow. Refreshed. And the last thing is they've only lost 2 wickets since the tea break, so still in for some fun tomorrow.
Yeah, simple as that. Warnie, as we've seen from Boshi there, said that since the tea break they've only lost the 2 since that new ball as well. Picked up one in the very first over, Kaya Zondo. But apart from that, it's just been Simal Pillay. I know Filion has batted extremely well. We spoke about how he'd manage the partnership between himself and Pillay while still trying to get himself in.
Oh, what a shot.
Great shot.
And they can almost come tomorrow and let Hanu just bat. Boshi bat around him, and then if one of them get out, they can let the bowlers have some fun. Try and get as many runs as possible.
It's a hell of a cricket shot, Warnie.
Probably one of the best today.
Porfita still asking questions late in the day. As you've said, though, Bosch just needs to be nice and Just keep it nice and simple, hit nice and straight, play what you need to.
Get out of this over as quickly as possible.
There we go, nice and easy.
One more to go.
.306 for 6, Vorney. The Dolphins end up on 306 at the end of the day. You spoke about that 260 to 280 being something they'd be happy with. I think they'd be quite chuffed with the position, or their position, at the end of the day today.
I think both teams will be happier, to be honest with you. Andy did allude to the Lions looking at that and going, be happy with that. So, like you said earlier, it's just been a good day of cricket. There's been runs had, there's been wickets had. It's just been good to watch.
Has been a good day of cricket. Tshepang Dithole, Vorney, standout player for the day, bringing up his 100 with an excellent innings. He had a couple of chances, didn't he? But when the Lions erred, he made them pay. He ended up on 104, and then there's been a couple of other starts there, Vorney. We look at Van Staden getting a little bit of a start there, scoring 19. Parsons hooped and cut back in, and he's gone on 45. Anu Yundo has come back in, he steadied the ship, and he ends the day on 57 not out. Only the Lions bowlers.
We look at that. Cody Yusuf 20 overs, Bayo Swanepoel 20 overs, Sapamda 18, Potgieter 20, and then obviously your debutant with 15 overs. They all of them bowled superbly well. The nice thing for me is with all the seamers is the amount of maidens they were bowling or have accumulated. I mean, Cody with 6, Swanepoel with 7, Sapamda with 3, Potgieter with 3. They've gone for a bit of tap, but as you would do after bowling 20 overs. I mean, Cody's gone for 50, Swanepoel's gone for 37, Sapamda 68, Potgieter also in the 60s. So they've done a decent job, and they should be happy with having the Dolphins 306 for 6. Game's still well in the balance. It just depends how well they rest tonight and come out tomorrow being miserly and trying to keep the Dolphins from not scoring too many runs, not giving them opportunities to score many runs, and to try and take those last couple of wickets. So all in all, it's just been a fair day of good cricket to watch, to commentate about. It's just been fantastic. Like you say, guys have taken the opportunity with the bat. Guys have taken the opportunity with the ball as well. So it's been fantastic.
It really has been a good day of cricket, Vorney, and we've also seen a couple of debuts. Sipho Ponsane, he's bowled quite nicely. If we look back at it, he's gone at 4 runs and over. He's bowled the long op now and again at the end of his spell, but I think Dom Hendricks has used him quite well in how he's rotated him, and you can definitely see lots of ability in that scoreboard.
I do see, even with Potsane, I would have maybe bowled him a little bit extra when he was on top. Maybe given him a rest of maybe 3 or 4 overs and then get him to bowl again. Just looks something special. He's got a lot of drift, he's got a lot of guile. It just looks like we've got something special brewing. But in saying that, like you say, Dom used him very well. He used his seamers very well from either side, and it's been very good. Guys have also bowled badly, and they've come back second, third, fourth spell, and they've brought it back. So it's just been good cricket all round.
Yeah, really good day of cricket once again, Goni, as we look at the score, 306 for 6 at the end of the day's play. The Dolphins will need to start well tomorrow, Goni. They'll need to bat out that first session. As you've said, it's a longer session, 2.5 hours. And if they can keep the Lions in the field for that amount of time, get to a score of 400 plus, I think they'd be quite happy with that as a first inning score from where they are now.
You almost want them to take that first 45 minutes, maybe even up until that first drinks break, and just take it easy and just see how things are going, how the pitch is playing. I mean, if it's there to be hit, then they need to hit it. But the longer they keep the Lions out in the field, it's just going to benefit them in the long run. Wicket's going to deteriorate, bring Keshav into the game a little bit later, bring their seamers in. We've obviously seen one or two that's skidded through. It's going to be interesting. So there's a lot to play for tomorrow.
Yeah. Just out of shot, the scorecards covering it for our viewers, Voni, but the Dolphins coaching staff are out there on the wicket and just having a look at the damage done after the first day, and no doubt planning their movements for tomorrow.
100%. We'll see how that pitch is worn out or if it's held up. We'll just have to wait and see till tomorrow.
We're just waiting on Andy Capistano, who's on field with Tshepang Dithole, our man of the day. And we'll hand over to Andy as soon as he's ready for his interview.